Right! It's just one ant!
Yeah, boy. Big puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
The birds still fly. Sometimes success is deceiving to the eye. Cause people say they rich.
Big up, people. Good day to you. Happy Sunday.
Hello.
Happy Sunday, everybody.
Good to see you. How you guys doing? Ooh, it's coffee time with Callum.
Hold it.
And Kevin. What's happening?
Hang on, isn't there somebody that we're not supposed to be drinking coffee in front of?
No, not right now.
I had to mute all you guys. You were driving me crazy over here. Okay, hello everybody. It's me.
Hello.
He's like, stop talking. I can hear it 4 times in a row. Stop talking.
Oh, hang on. I haven't done that. I need to do that.
Echo cancellation. Oh, muted. Yeah, sometimes
muting each one of them. I didn't. I need to start them though, to then mute them. Because if you don't start them, it doesn't play, does it? If you're not, because it was the pages were loaded up, but they hadn't started yet. So you have to open each tab up to get the stream to actually start. But anyways,
yeah.
Anyways,
Refresh.
How you doing down there, Colin? How are you?
I'm doing very from the middle of nowhere, checking in from the middle of nowhere. Wonderful here. It's that we had just a little bit of rain just before, so the rain is probably coming. It rained last week, so it's going to start looking a little bit more green in the desert. So that's good for me.
Nice. There's
the purslane comes up.
I've heard.
I love it.
I've heard rumours that Australia is going to turn green. In the next sort of 50 years, it's gonna in 50 years' time, Australia is going to be proper nice, man.
I just think it's going to flip, right? So all the areas that are green and lush and tropical now flips. So I mean, you see those 2 bands. Here's the equator, and it's a green strip. And then you go the 33rd degree either side, right? 33rd. Either side, it's just wiped out, just like completely blown away, nothing left, So that's where I am, like down the bottom, or on the outer ring, right?
Yeah.
So longer days out here, so longer, drier, but in there it's like Egypt and whatnot. Still so flipping that again, right? What are the stories of Egypt? Lush, beautiful, tropical.
Oh yeah.
Used to be.
And now it doesn't. So flip that over.
Yeah.
That's interesting because Ecuador, how would that affect an area?
Ecuador, right?
Yeah.
But who knows? It probably doesn't flip, because for me, Ecuador equals 0.
Right.
Is always
0.
0, man.
We could actually watch that that wouldn't be like a horrible thing to talk through today. That suspicious observer video we watched about the concept with the pole shift.
I mean, we'd have to put out a big disclaimer and warn everybody on Really Roxanne's channel.
You're for sure.
Massively triggered. It's massively triggered. Because I was triggered. So just so that you know, if we do watch Suspicious Observers, I think he's full of shit. But that's
But-
just me. That's just me.
But
Well,
just me.
I think he's just as much a full of shit as, you know, Archaics then, in the sense that they do just as much research, like Kevin
So
said.
I just
I
want to
know,
say
I know,
also,
but his research is based on false data. So
I
you
just
know.
want to interject here. I've met Ben and Kat in person, had a potluck dinner with him, I've followed him like more than a decade.
Yeah.
I
Like,
disagree.
all I'm saying is that
disagree
I'm
because
Why
he
would
doesn't.
this
He
be
doesn't
No,
follow.
Listen,
wait.
I'm not
I just
saying
let
I'm
me.
not
He doesn't follow the mainstream research only. He digs very deep, and
Yeah.
he's in with a lot of people that are so far off the mainstream. And here's what's been happening: as they push forward with the true science, the mainstream has to adjust. And there's been kids in junior high school that have won like national science competitions basing their projects on his research, which is groundbreaking. So I don't really think, because of his whole history, he was going to be an attorney, and him and his wife had like a psychic event during the huge earthquake in India, and that caused him to completely give up his path towards, you know, becoming a lawyer. So I think he's a very dedicated,
to fully qualify what I'm saying, then, Kevin,
lay scientist.
Triggered. I'm triggered by. I'm still triggered. Like,
So I was just
right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying
it's okay.
That it's like chucking the baby out with the bathwater, because I'm triggered by it, and other people on Roxanne's channel are going to get triggered by it. They're going, load of shit, like I just said. But I watched it. I watched it and I listened to what he said, and I'm my cognitive dissonance that's flipped the other way is just struggling with, like, where's he getting all the data from? Now, if he's not just getting his data from mainstream sources, then you know, then it would be a lot easier for you know, the likes of me to say, all right, okay, I'll have a listen. But if all of his data is coming from mainstream sources, it's false data. So any model that is built on top of it is going to be wrong. But I respect you. So, like, if you've been
sort
watching
of like,
for,
also, if you listen to Jason's work in Archaics and compare his data about events, it coincides with their work. Coincides.
Yeah.
So they're both looking at more ancient historical references and looking for the references all over the plane or wherever, and you don't have to get caught up in the globe theory when you're listening to Ben. You can apply it to whatever your realm theory is and still learn things from it. That's all.
Don't get caught up in any theory when you're listening to anything.
Or any model.
That's a theater. A theory is a theater. It's a drama.
Did you just hear that, guys? That was beautiful. Don't get caught up.
If you entertain it. Yeah.
Where's the choir? So
We agreed
anyway,
to not get caught up.
Yeah, and I'm
Cheers.
I'm just
I didn't
You
are
didn't
your
put
own
myself.
sovereign being.
I didn't explain myself very well. So it's, you know,
I'm
just saying, yeah.
That's all right.
Richie, you're good.
So, how's what? Yeah, my brain's gone now. I don't know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, we did not have. It's a Sunday show, so we're gonna have some people on. We're gonna have some of our guests on.
Well, there's stuff I want to. There's stuff I want to play and talk about, but I don't want to play it and talk about yet because, you know, we should tell people that about last night, because everybody was expecting that we had the meeting last night.
That's true.
But
that's why we wanted to just do an introduction before we start our panel. But yeah, go ahead, Richie. Sorry.
Yeah, so last night we were meant to meet with the owner, but unfortunately for one reason or another it didn't happen last night. So we're going to reschedule it. Don't know when for yet, but we're still going to have it. So
today, mate.
We don't have any today.
Yeah.
Cool.
He said he'd be around all day today, so we'll do it today.
So
okay. Well, maybe we'll shut this stream down early so that we can go and talk to him then. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's until we speak to him, we don't really have any new news. But I have still been making videos.
And things are still falling into place. It's quite hilarious. So I just got an email this morning I wasn't expecting that's going to help with Kevin and Richie moving out here, finding a place in the country so we can start
In a country.
growing food. We're going to have a garden though if this place works out. So when it works out. Whoop, 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 whoop.
And yesterday I was welcomed to move on from the place I'm staying in. So that worked out just great.
And then think about though, like what you found out from your family in terms of like the timing to get out here. So you're like, we're not in a rush for you to get out here. You're going to get to go spend some time with your family. And then it's all going to like, that'll probably coincide perfectly for when Richie is able to come out here. So we're all just going to be able to do this together.
Yeah.
So excited. And then like, so the other thing too, is that Kevin's talked about is that Eugene, Oregon is where we're going to be living here. And it's kind of, if you've ever heard of Eugene, it's sort of like the hippie capital of the United States, like even over San Francisco to some extent. And so there's like a lot of open mind. There's a lot of alternative, like this is where the microdosing is. A lot of it's happening. This I don't believe he's a doctor, but there's a gentleman that's going to be running like a specialty retreat. So we're hoping we can actually talk to him, interview him. We're we already talked. We're going to have Frank on too, but so we're going to be documenting this process the whole way through.
There should be a music scene there as well. If it's a hippie scene.
Yeah, there is a music scene, Richie. It's going to be great. I can't wait to just have you go play at some cafes and we all just get to go hang out and listen to you play. It's going to be wonderful.
I actually started microdosing in 2004 for chronic pain specifically.
That's great. That's great.
And I can attest that if you do have chronic pain and you have access, it will definitely help.
Mushrooms? Or?
Yeah. Psilocybin, about 0.25 of a gram or 0.2 of a gram, depending on your body weight. And you'll have, I like to do it at the end of the day with a little bit of cannabis. And then you'll have just such a wonderful sleep. Like when you wake up, you'll have a flashback to when you're a kid. Because before you had your pain, the way you would wake up is in the morning, you would like go open your eyes and go, oh, it's not that time yet. And you go back to sleep. And that's like it is. It's amazing. Yeah. It's like,
so think about that too. Like, because pain and our ailments kind of stem a lot of from like still from our traumas. Right. So you probably go back to that feeling as a kid for that reason, partially too, because all of it's about like forgiving yourself, for everything, that
you're letting go. Yeah.
And letting
go of a lot.
It's circulatory. It's circulatory. It helps your circulation.
That's the connection. Because what is? Sorry. Look at Richie. Thank you, Richie. Yeah. Oh wait, I gotta go this way. Yeah. You go.
So we listen, ladies and gents. We're not in school. Don't worry, we're not in school. We've just realised that the best way when you've got 4 people that love to talk a lot. When you got there we go. When we got 4 people that love to talk a lot and have a lot to say, it's just better to put your hand up rather than everybody try and interrupt each other. So yeah, I just thought I just remembered it. I want to say. Now I've forgotten what I was going to say, so carry on.
What were we just saying?
Is he frozen?
Who,
I thought you were just frozen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyway. Shit.
What were you just talking about? We were talking about
pass the stick.
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms, microdosing.
And microdosing. Oh, yeah. Pain.
Oh.
And chronic pain, right? It doesn't actually have to be physical because emotional pain. That can be chronic as well.
On all the levels, I'd say, with something like mushrooms, it's on all the levels that you're releasing pain.
There's a difference between getting hit by a car, too. Sorry, I should have done this. Go ahead.
You go.
Callum.
Yeah. Pain, getting rid of pain in its various forms. So on all those levels, that's it. You know.
Sarah,
I'm sorry.
go.
I'm going to work on this better. I'm going to work on this better. What I'm getting at is this, what I've talked about with this book, The Body Keeps the Score. And he did work with chronic pain patients. And all I'm saying is that it's not, I can't just say like, oh, it's, you know, like it's just this trauma you had as a child. Okay. What I'm getting at is it's sometimes like something has happened, let's just say, and then, you know, something has like been trapped there. Like a trauma was trapped in that area. So it's preventing it from healing in the way that it should. Does that make sense? Maybe?
Yeah.
So like
physicalizing it.
Yeah.
If you have sort of mental, emotional attachments to, you know, to the event that caused that pain as well, it's all, yeah. So that's why mushrooms are they're awesome, because they work on every level of pain in every way. It's a full spectrum.
Usually
like
they're
RSO.
connected though. You know, if you're relieving any sort of emotional pain, that's connected to physical, and there will be a physical spot. You may not even be aware of it as well, but you are when it disappears, when it releases, when it lets go. You're like, oh, I didn't even, oh. But
there's a connection as well to your teeth, isn't there? There's like each one of your teeth is connected to a different organ in your body. And if you've got problems with those teeth, it can be connected to that. It's because you've got issue with that, with an organ in your body or something. There's an imbalance. There's an imbalance in the energy, and it's shown in your teeth. I don't know what the map is for, you know, what's assigned to what, but
put
a shout out to the chat room quick.
Use the tip of your tongue to touch every tooth and question, you know, or just feel, you know, you all you're doing is sort of just going like, you know, letting go to sort of, with that intent of what's this, let go to that, and lo and behold,
just like you were talking about, like pushing into that pain, like to release it.
You're probing it, right?
I'm doing this because Kevin was showing us that like when you have a headache, you hit this spot right here in your hand, and if it hurts, it's because you most likely need to release something. So you want to push into the pain, and then you sort of want to try to move it around, you know, and get that to, ooh, that's interesting. As I'm doing that, I think this might be connected a little bit to my allergies, because when I've done this, I have kind of drained a little, and I feel it right now. So anyway, but like, I think that's really another really important thing, that because this is connecting to that ebb and flow concept again too.
And then like you can look at that over time as well. So, you know, you'll start to connect that every time I feel this way or whatever. It's the same spots. It's the same pressure spots that activated or trigger or are connected to it in some way. And then that level of pain, that, you know, that scale, if you can put things to a scale, it allows you to sort of clearly see your own sort of journey as well over time. You know, whether you're releasing stuff, letting go of stuff, you come back and check it and you go, there's nothing there now. You know, and that's acupuncture. Those points. Get to know your own, you know, because they're the ones that are painful.
So I think that's also what's important about the feet, because, and going barefoot, and what I'm learning now, like I have bunion issues too, and so I'm learning that spreading out my feet better, especially as I take a step and I walk, and actually more or less eliminate that bunion, because it's really that my feet are doing this, as opposed to me.
Your arches build back up again, right?
Yeah, and they already have.
That's why soft sand's really good. So going like here's really good because it's a dry riverbed, or on the sea, on the beach. Yeah. Go on that, because you're always balancing. So when you're moving on that, you're working those arches, and so so that's why your feet, like after that, like it, and then if you do it a soak, you know, a magnesium foot bath sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. We're gonna get to do a lot of grounding when Kevin and Richie get here too, because we'll have to go to the ocean plenty of times. And they're gonna do. I'm gonna send the two of them off so I can get alone time when they're driving me nuts to go do some boots on the ground stuff around here too, because there's a lot of really good, I think, opportunity for us to capture some interesting stuff. Actually, where we're gonna be living.
Boots on the ground, barefoot
Yes.
on the ground. To go barefoot on the ground.
Oh,
Right. Yeah, I'd love to
Jones.
be able to do that all the time, but it's going to take a lot of work on my feet to be able to walk everywhere barefoot.
Well,
all the
this
time.
is what's perfect, Richie. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. Go on. It's just
Hey,
my feet are fucked. My feet are fucked.
I did realize
Baby steps.
that when the Ecuador thing happens, we will have the permanent Mile High Club up there.
Yeah.
Because it's like probably 9,000 feet.
Oh, I just snorted over that. Yep, that's good. I don't know why that's been happening so much. I must get and I never used to snort so much. So there you go.
Did you ever watch Harry Enfield and Chums with Tim Nice but Dim? Tim Nice but Dim. It was such a funny chap.
It's either that or the nose one. You can just go.
No, if I do that, it's snot on my lip.
I have a perforated sense of humor.
I just want all of these comments that I'm putting up. This is like quite a little shout out to everybody. Shout out Three Fingers and everybody.
We can say hi.
I love the jokes, man. The jokes are funny. The jokes are running.
Hey, Three Fingers.
Get your coat on.
Welcome.
Alex, get your
coat on, love. I'm going out. Where are we going? Yep. Not going anywhere. I'm going to the pub and turn the heating off.
The only thing that separates the chicken from the egg is time.
I think that's up to you, Pushkin.
Ooh,
pretty much.
Should maybe because of the video you showed today, Richie, we should actually show some alternative heating options. I know that Kevin, you kind of know, like you can do it with a pot and some tea lights, and you can make yourself like a little indoor oven that just helps keep things a little like warmer in a room if you're desperate, kind of a thing. We should show those little techniques and tricks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a rocket oven. Probably people have heard of it.
Oh, that's
did you have a bit of a mold issue? Is that what the panic attack?
No. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of mold. I'm a mycologist. I grow mold.
Yeah, it just makes you cough a lot if when you smoke.
Depends what color.
If the weed smoke. Yeah.
Well, mold is like something when you grow mushrooms, you're gonna grow it. It's just you got like probably 30% of your stuff that's gonna grow is gonna get some kind of contamination. It just happens.
Well, and remember, it's good for us too, right? Like to have some.
Well, no, you just put that stuff in the compost. If you're doing something like throwing your lion's mane spores out on the ground, you can just scrape off the mold and throw off whatever spores you grow. Well, mycelium is pretty much legal in all states. It's just the fruiting bodies of some strains are still considered illegal. But you really don't even have to grow the fruiting body. You can just grow mycelium and eat it.
I think they sell a box like that, don't they? It's like a mycelium. It's ready to go. You just break it up and you just throw it.
Well, that's kind of iffy. That's hard to. A lot of states don't allow that kind of importation. So basically, you can buy.
I don't know where it's from.
You can buy spore prints in most any state in the U.S. And a lot of countries now have made it legal. Like Jamaica now has legal psilocybin, which is used for therapy. And it's created a whole work industry for single mothers. All they have to do is come up to a collection point and grab a spore bag, which they take home and they water and keep in the right condition. And when it fruits out, they bring it back and they harvest it and they get paid. So it's a great, it's all the places that are actually legalizing the psilocybin are, it lends itself to building community. That's one of the things that the mushroom teaches you about your part in your community and how to make your part stronger and more part of community or community.
I do see us doing all these alternative healings, but I do see us being considered to a specialist sort of in two different avenues. One, the mushrooms, and two, the frequency therapy. I see us being like known for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and legalization is coming for the world, I believe. So it won't be long before that kind of thing that happened in Jamaica will be like, oh, we could do that here.
Well, it's like Oregon is already pushing that, and we're just a state. You know, we're pushing the legalization of all drugs. You know, and I do think there's a give and take with that. But natural medicines, natural drugs should always be legal. It's grown on
certainly decriminalized, if nothing else. Absolutely
criminalized. Like it really should be taken out of the hands of the system and back to the people. You know, so it's decriminalized, so they have nothing to do with it. Like, fuck off, it's a plant.
And if you're listening to this from Oregon, like right now or in the future, man, and when I'm in Oregon, I'm going to plant this seed hard. That system that's going on in Jamaica would be great for Oregon, because there's a lot of low income people that could do could be taught to do what they needed to do, and that would you could somehow set up something even with the state to become a certified provider and get these people who join the program money, stay at home income. Yeah. And I think Oregon would be okay with that. I think that if anywhere in the United States that could happen, it's Oregon. So you're listening to me right now. You do it. Okay.
Sasquatch, what's brilliant, mate? What's brilliant? Did I say something that's brilliant? And also,
timestamp it.
Nathan, mate, how you doing, buddy? I didn't give you a thumbs up, and right when I read your message, I didn't go, hey, Nate, and then I did. I gave Cam a thumbs up, so I felt bad. Look, why are you giving Cam a thumbs up and not Nate, man? So just for everybody, this is a thumbs up from me. Everybody that's here, thank you very much. But
and a wave,
Cam. Good to see you, mate. It's one of the reasons why we came on earlier. It's just because we thought if we go on at 2, when we go on at 2, Cam comes on sometimes.
Yeah.
But no pressure. No, you don't have to come on the panel, mate, if you don't want to. If you just want to chill out. But I am going to send you an invite. I'll Skype it to you.
Do we?
That's fine.
Oh, you should have an invite. You actually should have it anyway. Hasn't he got the link anyway?
Yeah, he does. But do you want me to Skype it to you, Cam? I'll Skype it. Now,
just so you know, Cam, you're always welcome on a Sunday, and you'll always get the link because you're on the Google contacts.
It should be showing up in the invites now. And the other thing I'm doing is sending the links to where it's streaming from, in case you guys want to share that. So you'll notice I put Rox's link, my link, Richie's link in there in the invite. So we are, and then hopefully, I can help Cam with that too. I was thinking with his channel, and then with his interview, and we could all kind of have we'll end up having sort of a combined calendar type setup. So potentially, because that would be kind of amazing if I could continue to go that route with making extra cash in our during our efforts to raise funds. But I think if we're going to build like a Patreon, we're not going to. I think we're pretty sure we're going to not use Patreon, but we're going to build like a Patreon membership.
We're going to be in America, right? So you know what we can use in America? The one that Tim Pool's using.
What is he using?
I can't remember. It was Dan. No, it was Dan Bongino's as investor.
Okay,
Tim Pool
parallel economies,
right? Tim Pool will have us on.
You think so?
If we speak to Ian Crossland, he might. Ian Crossland would have us on.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to go on Tim Pool. I want to say hi to Tim.
We should try.
Yeah, he will. He's a good
guy.
Listen, if Andreas
he'll be totally down. We just got it. Once this thing is we get the clay form of it, we can just do this.
We're going to present it to all these channels. Why not put it out there to see what happens?
Okay, you caused me to. I'm gonna have to play this now.
Okay, do it.
Wait. I got to share it. So we've got an in already.
Okay.
With him because
I love this video.
hang on.
According to the report, the Ukrainian officials stole.
Richie, Drew, you were there and you read this article, so like you should give your position and give your argument.
Richie have his own opinion. But I was there too. Okay, I saw the same exact thing.
And now, you know, and I'll say this: when Richie was criticizing Turning Point USA,
I don't remember criticizing Turning Point USA.
Well, it is kind of breaking up. Just I could have sworn I loaded it.
You think you can apply to be a theater at an AMC? They're going to be like, no way, we're not.
Is it not playing properly? That's
well, it was a little hard to hear there, but I thought I loaded this one for us. Hold on, 1 second. Maybe you know what? We've been loading so many. We've had to delete some. I've noticed too.
I have deleted some, but I haven't deleted that, so I haven't seen it. It wasn't even there.
Okay,
I didn't
maybe.
See it.
All right.
See it. I think the follow up to this, he could call "You Can't Keep a Good Tree Down."
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
But
because really this note, I just wanted to say this isn't the kind of note you want to be left on his show. That was a hard time that you were going through then, and now it's like, okay, now let's let the world know how you've come through the other side, out the chrysalis, right?
It's funny because that is true. Absolutely, that's true in my life. But obviously, he was talking about Richie, somebody or other that was at the Carl Rittenhouse thing, and it was about a different Richie. But I used, I used it because he just said Richie so many times. I was like, yeah, how can I not? How can I not use that? Edit it into something, even if Tim Pool is slating me, it's still. No publicity is bad publicity, man.
This is what you can count on from your friends.
So,
okay. I still love you, Richie.
What's next?
Yeah, I talk about kicking you two out together. Maybe I need to kick you guys out separately so you can go to your own. It's all good. We'll make it. I'm
missing something half the time with Kevin because I'm like, I need to get used to Kevin's sense of humor. It's because it's nothing. I'm cool, man. I'm just like, I've missed something here.
Okay, if you're in the chat right now, if you get my sense of humor, put a 1 in the chat.
So. Hear me out. I get Kevin's sense of humor. Can I explain something to you? You know what it is? It's partly a cultural thing because there's a few times when you and Rox start going off and I'm actually more laughing.
I'll go off with everyone, baby. Have you not seen that yet?
I'm more laughing at
everyone.
YouTube, the way that YouTube could interact because that'll just make me laugh in itself more than I am at the joke. I get the joke, but I don't really get the joke. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a cultural thing a little bit too. I've noticed that between Kevin and I and you and I, but it's all good because we all get along. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, Callum, is a circus over at your house? Is that what we're hearing?
Get along like donkey.
11.
The dog's
it's not 10. Wow.
It was my little fella. He was barking. Now he's
your little fella barks.
Aim.
Mine doesn't. He just sits there in his pants. He just says no.
Oh, he was outside. And we've just had like a car showing sort of thing. There was like 1,100 cars or something, which are these old vintage classics, right? But so what I'm hearing all the time, like down the streets and stuff, is like all sorts of like. So he's sort of, it's like fireworks. So it's the random sort of thing he just goes off at.
People don't appreciate people don't appreciate when they let their fireworks off, do they? Just how many dogs are going absolutely crazy. And I wonder if that is something
It's
to
just
do with
there.
a previous life as a human where they were in a war. You know, what if their consciousness was in a war before it was a dog? I don't know.
I think they get the forgetting as well.
I don't
That
think they do. I
amnesia
think
pill.
it's only us. I think it's only us that get that.
Really?
I think it's part. Yeah, I think it's part of the deal of being what we are. You have to forget everything. When you're anything else, you know exactly what you are and where you came from,
Well,
what you did, and where
you
you're
have
going
access
next.
to it. I would say they have more access to
Yeah.
all of. Yeah. We block it, and I taught to block it. You know,
But it's also for an authentic
we don't
experience,
block
isn't it? So we've been authentically living as completely disconnected souls. We've gone through that now, where we've been completely disconnected, had our memories wiped. I think it's just frozen. Yeah, we've had our memories wiped and we've been completely
Sorry,
disconnected, and we've had to. He's driving him nuts, isn't it? And we've just been spending however many generations trying to remember, or you know, or
Can I give you my
remembering? That's the journey, isn't it? Anyway.
So let me
and it's
give
not
you
like gaining anything. It's just releasing things.
Isn't that the journey for detransitioners? Remembering.
Like if you have to, like a member.
Did that go right over everybody's heads?
Cut a limb off, right? That's a member. I lost a member of my body, right?
Yeah.
So if you remember it, like it's something you already had and you lost.
Yeah, or you put it, or you're putting it back on again because you got it cut off.
But you already had it, and you lost it somehow. Someone.
No, I'm talking about detransition.
Something happened.
Hey,
anyway,
let me share this perspective, okay? So, I believe in reincarnation, and what I believe about that process is that when we come into our new life, some of the information, in fact, most of the information, is left behind. So that's exactly what our whole media system is mirroring. And that's why it works. Because it's actually a universal process. That's the only way that they can get anything to work, is by utilizing natural law. So they're just skewing like a lens and utilizing these things that we naturally go through. So the key for myself has been myself. Because when I started my process of tuning in, you know, I turned on, and for me, tuning in was breath work and meditation and avoiding ritual magic, because to me that stuff was like way beyond the scope of my training. And always if you read good books on occult science, in the very beginning, they give you warnings. You know,
that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to about coming to America. I'm gonna have some access to some books, man.
Well, the thing is the books were published. Aleister Crowley did what he did with exposing a lot of information out into the public realm. That in itself was like a shattering of a bell. So that's been done. Nobody needs to go through the books for the access, because the access is in the self. There are keys, like I said. I think I think breathing is something that is just the self, and I think that for anybody who's beginning or has gone too far down some kind of a, feeling like they're in some kind of deep forest, go back to breathing, and mantra, man, for me has been like such a key. And I read I read it in the back of Be Here Now. That's where I got my mantra from, inside that book. But you can get mantras anywhere. But I chose a Sanskrit mantra, which is an ancient language. So I was trying to resonate with something that was past all this, this manipulation of our forgetting, and, I sort of rooted myself in Tibetan Buddhism, I can't say that too loud. Tibetan Buddhism.
I actually I want to learn more about. I haven't learned enough, but I'm very interested in Taoism and the way, because I think that is really important right now. And it's also how I've got through the last 2 years, just completely calm. It's just trusting in
what's happening,
the flow and what's happening, and just going with it.
And if you're a heavy pot smoker, Confucianism.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never touched drugs in my life.
The Confucianists were the heavy pot smokers, and that's actually real history. So if you read, just pull up some stuff on Confucianism and read it, you'll get it.
If you look at how it's spelled, it's only the pronunciation that's different. It is Confucianism, because if you go into it too much and you're not grounded, and you're not, you'll get confused. Even the very best scholars still get confused, man. It is, and smoking, and if you smoke enough drugs, I don't smoke drugs. I don't agree with smoking drugs, and I don't consider marijuana to be a drug. So,
me too. It's exactly what I say when I go to the doctor and they say, "Do you use drugs?" I said, "Nope.
I don't smoke crack.
My prescribed medications.
I don't smoke crystal meth. The drugs. I do not smoke drugs.
Oh,
this is like tea. This is like tea. So can we say a smoke tea?
It's a flower.
It's like smoking tea.
It's like smoking a carnation.
I got ripped off in bloody
mugwort.
Is it Lisbon? In Portugal. I got ripped off. This guy said on the street, it's like, "Yeah, I got some really good stuff. And he showed me the bag, and I'm like, it looked really nice, man. It looked really good, really nice. And there was about a quarter there, about 7 grams there. My eyes judged about 7 grams. And he was like, "Oh, I want 20 quid for it," basically. I was like, "Go on then." Give him the money. And then as we're walking, I'm with my girlfriend, as we're walking, this other guy comes running up, says, "Oh, mate, did you just buy weed off that guy over there?" And I just sort of looked down on it. He was about 5'6", so I just looked down and said, "What the fuck is it to you, mate?" And he said, "Oh, no, but he's just, look, he sold you tea. That's not weed, that's tea. What he's just sold you is tea. Look, check it out. So I open it up, check it out, burn it, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, he sold me tea." And then this guy says, "But I've got some really good stuff if you want it." And I was like, "Do you think I'm that fucking stupid? Like, one of you got me, but you're not getting done by both of you. You're a tag team. Fuck off." So, yeah.
There's a hero in your story.
It looked like the nicest. It looked like the nicest weed. No, mate, I'm not. Listen, it's not been my first rodeo.
Yeah,
that was a tag team. Yeah, mate, he'd just do me with tea again.
When I was a senior,
no, he wouldn't. He'd do me with solid. He'd do me with resin.
When I was a senior in high school, we went to Chicago on our senior trip to the Art Institute, and it's been long enough now. Well, out of like 30 people, 28 dropped. And we were out in the park, and we were going to score some weed from this guy, and he showed us this, bag that had good weed in it. And then he wanted so much money, and then, everybody started coughing up money, but we were short. And he's like, "Well, you got any change?" So people started pulling out change, and it was close enough. He took the money, and then he pulled out the bag, and he's like, put it away. There's cops, And so we put it away and we walk away, and then we pull the bag out, and it was hamster bedding. And he was gone. You know, he was so gone.
Did you face palm?
Well, we were more gone than
when it
he
happens. It is just a natural guy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that was like 3 hours in to the tab.
Wow.
It was like I couldn't quite even feel the bag in my hands, you know.
So let's move the conversation onwards.
You know, and that realization where you're like, is this really hamster bedding, or am I that high?
All righty.
Well, if you do have your own stories of being ripped off,
that's also the day I got expelled from high school, but that's another story.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm actually, Alex, I was going to pull you in so we can have a little more feminine energy now, since we're 45 minutes in, unless you boys wanted to say anything else before
I'm just a little bit offended that you didn't sense my feminine energy.
Or mine, for that matter.
Oh, boys, I'm sorry.
I have to say,
Alex, get in here now. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Boys, you guys
Alex
Alex
is actually quite. Alex has got quite a masculine energy. Actually, Alex has quite a confrontational masculine energy. So basically, what you're trying to say is there's too much female energy in here at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you know? That's what she's saying, Callum. There's too much female energy in here at the moment. Kev,
you know,
I don't know. I'm not getting feminine. I do actually. No, do you know what? I'm getting feminine energy from Kevin as well, in the best way, like in the nurturing kind of caring.
Did you hear that,
way.
Alex? Did you hear that? They think that we might be more masculine than they are.
Hey! That's what Richie was saying.
Hey, listen.
Say we.
Deniability.
Richie's probably.
This is the lovely Alex, everybody.
This is the lovely Alex. Where is it? Hang on a sec. I'm sure we've got it here.
What you got?
Yeah, what do you got? A little sound effect?
No. There it is. Welcome, Alex, to the Pushkin Castle at the Treehouse of Goonies. And the crowd goes wild.
I just want to say really quick, guys, too, that Alex's mic cuts out sometimes. So if you guys can try to mute yourselves in between, and it's very helpful. Thank you.
We'll have the if we do the hands up thing, Alex, when you want to talk, if you just give us a little hand gesture saying, "Shut the fuck up now, boys," because I've got something to say, right? We will just go like this.
Watch your language.
It's okay because it's actually only in the first 5 minutes that you have to really watch your language.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She's muted.
Who was it that
she
was
can
talking
say
about
anything. Oh, the lip readers will, maybe get their ears or eyes burned.
Am I muted?
But
oh no, there you go. You're kind of in and out.
Okay.
It's because she's not using a headset, so it's the microphone on the phone, and it gets cut out by all of these real microphones because we've all got dedicated microphones, and they just kind of overpower it and cut it out.
Okay.
So how have you been, Alex?
I've been okay. Not too bad. Pain reducing. Sensation reducing. So we're getting better. Taking its time. But, we're in a hurry, not a rush.
Yeah. More haste, less speed.
Exactly.
All
the wives' tales, all those old sayings that the grannies and the bubbies used to give me, shut up. And now it's like, oh my God, it's in the DNA. It just can't stop coming out. And you're hearing it in other people as well, which is fun.
I've been detoxing. I stopped. So after I stopped drinking, I had a lot of pimple activity for a good month, and it's like I still have some, but it's amazing, and my skin is gotten even softer. I look really bright right
Pimple
now.
activity. I love that. Pimple activity.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I had a lot of small eruptions on my face.
Just tell yourself it's just my inner juiciness coming out. It's okay.
That's exactly where my mindset is at. I know that because of like other forms of it coming out that I'm really expelling.
Yeah.
Fun words there.
Think about the benefits too, like in everything like that as well. Like releasing something, there's always a gain. So if you're always with that end in mind, you're boosting the gains if you're resonating with them.
Because as you release something, it's making
this is going to happen.
When you release
And when
something,
it
it
does,
makes space for something else. It makes space for something new. Once you've released it, that area that you're then free to experience something different and something new.
It reminds me of the opposite. When I used to tell my son when he was little to get his coat on, and he'd be like, no, no, no. And I'd be like, you'll feel the benefit. You will feel the benefit. And, but as a good mother, you have to let them try it out with the no coat thing and freeze their ass off and then say, do you feel the benefit? And him say, no, I don't feel the benefit. I should have listened to you. And it's like, yeah. Mother knows everything. Mother knows all. Mother knows best.
The other thing with the jackets as well is putting the jacket on too early. If you wear the jacket inside, you won't feel the benefit from it as much when you go outside. So
just take it. Don't have to wear it. Just take it.
It's one thing I've noticed too with children at festivals and stuff like this, on really cold, like we've just had a few which have been really cold, and the kids are running around in shorts but they're running around, and I'm like, how are you doing that? But of course it's fronting the elements, it's meeting it head on, because they're at it, it's interest that they're following that flame or whatever.
And if you're running,
so they're warm, so long as they're
exactly.
Happy,
if you're running, your body temperature's raised anyway. So
it's when they stop, that's when you say, now, good thing you brought that jacket, put it on now, I got to get this dog.
When I went to Capri, before my son was born, so we're talking about 20 years ago, the young people there, it was so freezing because it's an island and it was like up high because you're at the top. And it's like being stabbed with 1,000 icy knives, just even being there in a coat. And all these young people were spraying champagne over themselves in just a shirt. And you're just like, have I just gotten old? Or would I have been like that at that age? And I was only like a decade older. But it was amazing to watch that, that whole thing of, because they're running around or they're excited or whatever it is, I don't know. But, they didn't feel the cold. But
well, I do feel that I can tolerate really cold. And sometimes it's funny. I feel like I can tolerate negative temperatures better than I can tolerate that high humidity, like borderline freezing, where it makes you shiver like crazy kind of cold. So I think I wonder, I'm big and tall, so it's going to have to do with that. But I'm just saying that I used to watch people in Wisconsin wear shorts when it was still like negative temperatures outside. Like, I wonder if, you're bred to it, you get used to it kind of a thing. I don't know.
I'm a bit they used to have an ice lolly called a rocket, which was all different flavors. So I get too cold in the feet, then I get too hot in the calves, then the knees are freezing, the thighs are too hot, the stomach gets too hot, and then it can change and be too cold, and then the top half doesn't know what it's doing. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it's been horrific. I've had to stay in. I can't go out in the sun. I'm become allergic to it. So I'm actually looking forward to the winter. first time ever. I'm just like, wow, bring it on. I can't wait for freezing. I think, it might just put me into one temperature and,
I've
assist with regulation of, at the temperature. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got the cold temperature just it seems to go straight when it's damp. When I was in Norway and I had salopettes and gloves and thermal socks, it wasn't an issue. Like there was no problem at all. But in England, or in Portugal where it's wet, or in Spain where it's wet and cold,
Is salad with braces?
Salopettes, you can have with or without braces. Yeah.
Did you have braces?
No.
Okay.
No, these ones weren't. These were they were from my aunt and uncle. They gave them to me, and they were really trendy. And they didn't have braces, no. But you know what? The funny thing was, I actually wanted like proper salopettes that were like dungarees, like dungarees salopettes, because that's what I always thought. Well, they're just fucking dungarees, aren't they?
Yeah.
Did you ever have dungarees? Women, they came back into fashion. How did I start? No, I'm not going to start talking about fucking fashion and dungarees. Trying to prove my feminine energy, man. But I had a point to make and I've lost it. So moving swiftly onwards.
What else is new?
I don't know, but 1 hour, I'd just like to say at 1 hour, I would just like to do what I've always intended to do to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the time and everything, and just play a very quick little 1 minute or something, something. And I do actually, there is some more somber stuff that I want to talk about. We've been having a lot of fun and joking, and the energy's really high. And I want to keep the energy high,
but you want to
disconnected. No, I want people to be disconnected from the actual what we're going to talk about, because it's not our issue, but it is an issue that we have to deal with because it's their issue. Because they're in the majority. There's more of them than there are of us, right? As far as against the system's concerned, there's more of us than there are of them. But as far as our own brothers and sisters are concerned, there's more of them than there are of us. So it's just really important that we keep our energy high, because that's the power, man. That's our energy is all of us, not just us in this room, everybody that's watching, everybody that's involved in and trying to get to the truth. We've kind of got to the truth, and now it's about building the next bit, getting onto the next bit, isn't it? But yeah, so I don't want to bring anything. You're muted, dude. Callum, you're muted, mate. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Making an effort
to
stay muted when
so
that might help the
minority really are the few that are in the system. When we expand out into the world, most people, like when we go to Ecuador, you can actually see this, that most people are really living with the earth. The poor around the world,
it's just us bloody Westerners
on the edge of what they call civilization.
Yeah,
are actually the majority of the people on the planet. So when we think about this, we also need to remember we're not a minority. We're a movement in the majority.
Okay. Yeah. But you're right. There is actually a lot more people that are living on the edge of poverty, on the edge of civilization, whatever, not, off grid in Peru, in South America, in Africa, in parts of China, parts in India, parts of India, and in Jamaica.
Right. And whose minds are mostly filled with the care of their offspring and the honoring of their elders And this is what really goes on in the world that we don't see through the media and we don't learn through our history. But it's continually gone on much longer than any empire they tell us to be like grateful for.
We think that we're in the majority because all packed into the cities, like 3.5 million
No,
people.
we don't. I don't.
No, I'm talking about people.
the hypnotic
people in
few.
general.
Right.
Yeah, they think they are the majority, and more advanced, and all of these things, because what they're seeing. I mean, when you cram 3 million people into a city, it's going to look like there's shitloads of people everywhere, isn't it? So the 3 million people, put them in Africa, and suddenly they're dotted around all over the place. It's all about the concentration of people, isn't it? And they're trying to condense everybody into the cities to convince everybody that, no, it's overpopulated. There's overpopulation. We need to kill people. We need to let people die, offer euthanasia and abort babies at 9 months because there's just too many people in this corporation. In the corporation.
Difference between population distribution. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
The population distribution may be a problem, right? But not not amount.
And I think about that. I got sucked into that documentary Cowspiracy, and they were trying to say, for us to actually eat meat sustainably, like for the amount of land that these animals need to live.
Well, how do you eat sustainably? It's actually quite difficult to do that in a city.
But you don't eat meat that much. You don't need to eat as much meat as what they're even saying. You just like sustain, and it's like
it's the bugs in my city.
But I don't need to eat bugs either. You just probably just don't need to eat as much.
The only reason that farming is not sustainable in a city is because of the way that regulations have been created for corporations. And if there was like a fall of the corporate, empire, and basically people started eating some psilocybin,
you'd be seeing it done
using
more
their creativity. There would be farms on top of buildings and hanging out windows and inside of
Because think about how much food one person can grow.
You would see, if it was part of it, if it would be part of city design where there's.
I'm sorry, I meant when.
Scenery and
I didn't
everything
mean if.
From start,
You got a bit of a choppy connection today, Callum.
Oh, me? Have I?
Yeah, it's chopping in and out.
I've noticed a couple of flipping circles.
I'm going to try to clear anybody who's trying to impede on that today real quick. Clear the energy space real quick.
Hey, we were thinking about a permaculture airship, which had like sustainable inside of it, had greenhouses for like high altitudes when the oxygen levels got low. And there were goats in the back that provided methane for the fires for the ship.
Right.
And
listen, that's not a bad idea. What about if we fed everybody beans, right? We fed everybody beans and then we hooked up some kind of air capture system during the night so that all the farts at night got captured into the,
We're going to call it Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark.
New.
Can we call it Noah's Fart?
Noah's Ark.
If it's going to be running on methane, shouldn't you call it Noah's Fart?
No, not Noah. New as Ark.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to be blasphemous.
I still think we should incorporate flatulence into there somewhere, because that's what it's going to be powered by. This flatulence.
Well,
Goat's flatulence.
We just hook up the machines like they have to the cows. We just put that in our bodies, and then we just, right, guys?
No, because the airship is kind of tight quarters. When you go on, there's no COVID questions. But if you've got flatulence, you need to go into quarantine for a while.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. We design the rooms.
Have a little Beano.
We design the rooms so that what they do is the rooms are constantly
Manure's Ark.
they're constantly recycling the air, right? And so out of
The
that
Trump
air, they're extracting all of the methane from all the farts, from everybody's farts.
Okay.
It's not
some way to be able to do
We
it.
got this. Okay,
It's
we're running
Richie's.
applying our strip on farts. Okay, what's next?
Yeah, it's moving swiftly on. Moving swiftly on. No, the bioship is a good
Everyone
idea.
walking
though.
around
It's
in
like,
bubbles.
it's like the idea of the Earth ship, but actually in the air. It's an Earth ship. It's an Earth ship, an Earth airship.
I love it. I'm gonna stay. I'm just gonna stay in Otavalo or up in the hillsides at our resort. But you guys, please feel free.
Yeah, I'm not
to
up
just
for that.
be immersed in farts all day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let me know. Tell me about the experience when you come back down. Okay.
It's flat. It's flatulence. That's right.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Campbell. We were really off the edge there.
Flatulence. I love it. I love it, man. So, yeah. Well, hang on. I'm going to mute. So that
Campbell's. You can't hear a word I said.
I can hear you now because we're all muted.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just saying, did you hear what I said about Campbell's comment about Manoah's Ark? Manoah's Ark as well. You can make that. It's good play on words.
I want to get away from flatulence boats. I want to talk about Ecuador's. Whereas, where's Sarah gone?
To the toilet.
Oh, I was thinking dog. Yeah. Flatulence. That's the law.
Exactly. All this talk, I had to, be right back.
No worries.
Had
What
to
I'm going to
float
do,
you.
I'm going to play a quick video. We're going to get our brains together and think about what we're talking about next. But
Also, take some
thank you
time to
very much.
stretch. Stretch it out.
Take some time to stretch it out. Thank you very much for being here, ladies and gents. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's put us in the mood for what we're going to talk about next. Do you want to know why things are as bad as they are right now?
And this is one small coffee shop's energy bill going from €2,482 to around $9,000.
Jesus. Oh yeah, Trump was just so wrong.
Do you want to know why the government's taking the absolute piss? Do you want to know why energy companies are taking the absolute piss out of you and laughing at you right now as they fill their pockets with your cash?
Like, glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraina, and it's, okay, good, but then,
Yeah.
But this is not just, of course, Europeans, includes the British. If you go back, please, John, and then we can just scroll through Crabman's thread, because Crabman has done a fantastic job of just listing story after story of family run businesses being destroyed overnight because of all of this. I mean, that one there, my mum owns a small cafe in Leicester. Her electricity bill has just jumped from $10,000 to $55,000.
That's absurd.
That's in pounds. So, because if they go through, they just keep scrolling. There's more of these the horror stories. There's one in here saying, arrived at work tonight to be told we might have to shut down shop. Last week, the electricity bill came in 10 times dearer. Today, the gas came in from £900 to $10,000.
Jesus.
It's just okay.
Do you want to know why it's happening? Because of this attitude.
I mean, I love someone here saying, plub kosher warning, my energy bill went from from $13,000 to 35. There's just everyone's. I mean, these are big businesses, so they're running through electricity, but they can't really do that anymore.
Yeah.
I can't blame anyone for just being like, all right, I'm done. But I'm just gonna cut my losses for now because the industry just doesn't work anymore. I wanted to mention, just in my own life, my bill went up 40% in April for electricity, and then in October, they've already told me, well, they told me in April it'll go up 40%, but now the government raised it to 80% it can go up by, so yay.
Because of your attitude, that's why. Did your parents never teach you to stand up to bullies? Were you never taught to stand up to bullies? If you don't stand up to bullies, they take your lunch money every single day. When are you going to wake the up and stand up to the that are bullying you right now? Because bullies are always, and when you stand up to them and you out of them, they run the away.
Fuck you! I was right, and God fucking speed!
Imagine that you're playing this computer game.
Never want to be the one to say I told you so. But it seems that for the last 2.5 years, me and my team have been telling everybody, told you so, told you so. Right from when lockdown started, and we told everybody exactly what was going on. And we were called conspiracy theorists. And we laid it out. We said it was going to be at least 2 years before we started to see things changing. And that was about 2 years ago. When this thing with Zelensky and in Ukraine, the first thing we said was, everything that's sent there, they're not going to get any of it. It's going to be stolen and sold on the black market. These guys are they're even more audacious than that. They're selling it in these local retail stores so they can get maximum $,
So let's focus on Ukraine right now. A new report out this morning shows that what we long suspected, that Ukrainian government officials, not just like random guys, but keep this up on the screen. These are Ukrainian officials accused of stealing train loads of U.S. aid. Okay? The allegation comes amid mass raids by the SBU, the Security Forces of Ukraine. And get this, an anti-corruption agency in the Zaporizhzhia region.
Okay, stop. I'm awfully sorry.
First of all, yes, American taxpayers are footing the bill for billions of dollars in monies going to Ukraine.
It's not just America.
And what we've long suspected, that they've been stealing U.S. monies. Here's some video of the SBU. These are the security forces, by the way, that did this raid. According to the reports this morning, the Ukrainian Security Service and the Anti-Corruption Agency have been busting down doors and discovering that Ukrainian officials have been stealing American aid
It's just America.
And of course, the Ukrainian government, of course, is the most corrupt government in Europe and one of the most corrupt governments in the world. So would it be a surprise at all that this government would be stealing U.S. aid monies?
No, it wouldn't.
No.
Well, I think we also have to call attention to the credibility of the EU as well. I mean,
Right. That they are not fringe government officials who are stealing these monies from the United States and from citizens who deserve it or need it. No, these are Zelensky government officials. They are part of the Zelensky government. This is no small theft, by the way. According to the report, the Ukrainian officials stole not just a small amount, but listen to this. They stole all of the aid. Like, they didn't even leave a box. They didn't even leave a scrap for their civilians. They stole all of it. ALL. And it was sent to the region near Zaporizhia. This aid was meant for civilians in that region. But by the way, this has happened all over the place. This is just one example in Zaporizhia.
Right. So we already knew there was corruption. A lot of it is to do with Ukraine acting as a middleman between Russian gas supply and actual sale to its population, just sort of padding their own pockets as the sale of energy goes back and forth. This has been happening since Ukraine became a state.
So here's some of the details of it. What they stole, they are reselling through local aid. They are selling through local retail establishments. The total volume that was stolen was 22 massive shipping containers. Okay, 22 massive shipping containers, like the ones that come into ports. They put cars inside of them. 22 of those they stole. An entire train. Yes, an entire train with 389 freight cars they stole. This isn't like some small little job, like little, two angry teenagers got together and decided to do this. This was a coordinated effort. You don't steal a whole train. 389 freight cars of material. They stole basically 389 Thomas the Tank engines filled with clothing. That's basically what they stole. Clothing, food, all kinds of, and then weapons and additional monies as well. They also didn't stop there. They stole 220 trucks filled with United States aid.
It's just America.
Think about that. Just in this one example, 389 freight cars filled with stuff to help the people.
But Richie, Drew, you were there and you read this article, so you should give your position and give
I'm
your
not
argument.
going to attack Richie here, right? Richie can have his own opinion. That's fine. That's cool. But I was there too. Okay, I saw the same exact thing.
And now, and I'll say this: when Richie was criticizing Turning Point USA, this dude's not going to have a normal job ever again. What is Richie supposed to do with his life after being attacked and lied about to this degree? You think he can apply to be a theater at an AMC? They're going to be like, no way, we're not going to hire you. So he needs to be able to live somehow. So here's what I see here. I think Richie is affected emotionally by this.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that.
And from my perspective, having been someone who was not there, but who interviewed all of you guys, and on more than one occasion, I hear a story. Richie's affected by that, saying we're going to have beers together. I get it.
That might have been the best break video ever.
Did you like it?
It was very well done. Good job, Richie. Oh, are we getting cyber parts
Just
again?
to remind everybody, something happened then. I don't know. There it goes again. So yeah, it's just to remind everybody. Anybody that's watching, what's going on there? What is that? I think that's either Kevin or Callum. Or no?
They're muted. So, Alex, I just muted you, FYI. But if you put your hand up,
Hello.
I'll mute you. I think
it wasn't me.
Good.
That was weird. That was weird. Anyway, CIA, NSA,
Yep, CIA
welcome.
needs Pepto-Bismol.
Welcome to the conversation because we were calling you out.
I just sent a link to my friend that I traveled down through Mexico with and asked her if she had time to come in and join the chat.
Cool,
Awesome. That would be great.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
One thing.
Roxanne.
Oh yeah, Roxanne's in the chat. Everybody, give her big love. She's taking care of her kiddos, and it's a big thing today. So give her much love today, because she can't immediately be with us. We love you.
It's a cool thing that's happening. It's a cool thing. It's a good thing that's happening today. But,
Yeah. But she just needs to be with a family.
So, yeah. So, just I guess for the people that are watching this on a replay that aren't already part of the tribe and know what's going on, like everybody that's here now watching and taking part in the chat, that's just to remind everybody, like they're taking the piss. They're taking the absolute piss out of us, and the only reason is because everybody's sitting there going, "Oh, have you seen what they've done? Oh no, I can't believe it. Look how much they've put up the fuel prices." Oh, instead of actually doing something, you know, like you vote with your feet, you vote with your pounds, you vote with your dollars. When the bills come through and they're taking the absolute piss, you look at what the bill was the previous month and you say it's going to be around the same as that, and you put that much amount in and you send it back and say you're taking the piss. You can have that and be fucking happy with it because that's how much it costs. Everything that you're adding on top of that is just a fucking money grab. Do you think I'm fucking stupid? Do one. Obviously, you can't do it like that. It'd be really nice if you could, wouldn't it? It'd be so cool if you could do it like that. I know you can't, but you know what I'm saying. Wow, that was a conversation killer. Richie, you've done it again. You're muted, babe. Maybe that's what
I know. I just realized that I was, part of that, but I was just going to grab this real quick and swing on out of here real quick. So, just kidding. Oh,
I gotta see my email and see if I've heard from Frank.
Yes.
I was also going to have us look up some alternative heating options so we could kind of just plug that in with all the to qualm any fears of what's going to happen here. Get your alpaca sweaters ready.
So yeah, I mean, like, I really want to play our video, man. I really want to play it, but I don't. What do you think?
Do it. You know why?
Like, what do you think,
You want
Kev?
to know why?
No. I don't think yet. No, not yet.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to be starting a whole. Once the next step happens, you'll know because we'll be starting a whole other.
And we are really on that. Like today, like I may be dipping out soon as well, at least for a little bit, and try to get our firm time with Frank.
I'm going to dip out too for a quick break, but then I'm going to come back in and then I'll help you close it out, Richie. But yeah, we may not be doing a 6-hour stream today. It's not
going to be a 6-hour stream today.
Definitely not. It may not be too short, but it won't be too long today. But that's okay because you guys get us more often. Isn't this wonderful?
That's it. You're getting us more often now. So we'll be back up to twice a day, and you'll be sick of us. Saying, "Oh God, not again." That won't happen, obviously. What's it? Right, Rox has been sending us videos, man.
Of what she's doing.
Oh, it's saying it's so. Jess is off to France, isn't she? So
yeah,
she's just seeing Jess off. So yeah, what we all right, we can't play the video yet, but we have talked about it and people know that's the plans now, is we're gonna actually start putting our money, our time and our effort and our attention and our actions where our mouth is, and doing exactly what we're saying needs to be done, which is like gathering together in our tribes. We find our tribe, we find a location, and we build on it. and we create the conditions to be able to do it autonomously with sovereignty, and where we have our own constitution on the land. Let them go and be in their big cities and do what they want to do, and we'll, through the power of our intention, we will establish our little tribe. And it's going to be, well, actually probably what our tribe will do is become whatever the people are there. What are they? What's the tribe there?
That would be the Quechua.
The Quechua.
Yeah.
So we will become the Quechua Goonies. Quechua Goonies, yeah.
or just the Catch Goonies.
Catch Goonies, yeah. Goonie Catch. Catch Goonies. Well, anyway, we're gonna, it's all about preserving and protecting and preserving the people that were more connected to the life that we know we should be living than we've ever been. They're more connected to it than we've ever been, because we've been fully indoctrinated since birth, whereas they've still been allowed to live their in their culture, and to carry on their traditions. Obviously, to an extent, it's been scrubbed out, and maybe it's gone underground. I reckon when we get there, there's probably a whole ton of stuff that goes on that your average person doesn't know shit about, because it's private to the tribe. Different ways they honor the earth, and different ways they speak to the spirits, and whatever it is, there'll be secrets that they've kept from the white man, kind of thing.
I'm very excited to immerse myself. And not to interrupt, I do need to dip out for about 15 or so minutes, but I will be back. See you all soon.
Okay. See you later.
I do have a little slideshow, Rich.
Yeah?
That I could share. Yeah.
Go for it. Share it up there, man.
Let me get it up. Let's see. And see if I can make a slideshow. I can share my screen for sure.
If it's loaded as a slideshow, if it's a whatever that file is, it should be able to read it. If you're in Chrome,
I can just click through it right now. I'm just going to go ahead and share.
You share the screen, yeah. Share the whole screen.
Okay, can you see it?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so this is like just a regular like fruit, like a vegetable and fruit market. But they have the meat and stuff is all down there too, but it's quite separated. Then this is just some hand painted like
arts and crafts.
Yeah. That's
and if you go back, that's all that's geometric patterns and stuff that are all, it's like you could say that we were looking, Bernie was looking at, or we were looking at the plasma with Cam yesterday. We were looking at plasma and stuff, and that's it's sort of similar, the patterns that are created.
Yeah. And this is somebody rappelling from one of the big trees up above the canopy.
That's what I want to be doing.
This is the lake that's right there near Otavalo.
Mm.
And that mountain in the background is the volcano, Imbabura.
Look at that, man. I love that as well, because if I move it away from Tenerife, I would definitely miss the volcano. I would miss it.
Oh,
I love
you
living
won't.
near a volcano. But if there's a volcano here, it's like, oh, brilliant. Yeah, definitely. I don't mind then. They're really nice. They're really cool patterns.
Mm.
The size of those roots, cedars.
Yeah, roots. By the way, when we decided to form this we're not going to have a traditional board. We won't ever call it that. It's going to be called Roots. And instead of having any kind of permanency for the membership, it will be a revolving role that everybody plays that's a part of the community.
I am near Mount Tady, JP, yes.
And that's just like the kind of smiles you see all the time there.
Yeah, genuine.
Yeah.
Because you see it right up into their eyes.
Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh.
Now, that's obviously not her baby. That's obviously...
Oh, yeah. That's her granddaughter or great-granddaughter, probably.
Yeah.
Or grandson. Yeah, it's probably a boy.
I like her hat.
Yeah, right? I like the baby's hat. This is just some dye.
That's what I was talking about. What is that? Those are different. Are they colors or are they herbs?
Yeah,
It's colors.
those are pigments to dye the wool with.
Yeah. Look at that magenta.
Yeah, it's incredible.
How do they make magenta?
Well, you know, they do trade, so some of this stuff may come from like Brazil.
But how do they create that color? Have you seen? Do you watch Matt McKinley?
I don't recognize the name.
Quantum of Conscience. Quantum of Conscience.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, he's got a whole series about magenta, because magenta isn't a real color, is it? It's something on the edge. It's not actually a recognized. Only we can see magenta, apparently, or something like that. Like,
So couldn't you just go hunting in a pure magenta suit and nothing would see you, like Predator?
maybe if you were painted magenta.
That's interesting.
Not a big city. This is the vine of the dead on that tree that he may be harvesting there.
What would he be harvesting?
The vine of the dead, this vine that's growing here. This is one of the main constituents. It's the DMT part of ayahuasca.
Oh, right, okay.
But by itself, if you drink the tea from that vine, you won't feel it.
Yeah, you can't metabolize it unless it's mixed.
Oh,
that vine.
with an MAO inhibitor.
Yeah.
And that's just another beautiful.
That's another plant. That's another plant that provides the MAO inhibitor. It's
exactly.
When you go, if you go for a DMT, if you go for ayahuasca, like the making of it is important, the mixture and everything. So you can order you can order the stuff online and you can mix it yourself at home, but it's it's going to be potluck, isn't it? If you're going to get the mixture right.
Right.
If you just have it, yeah. If you don't have the mixture right, you're not going to trip properly.
This is one of the local birds. No, it's not. It's a condor.
Ah, condor.
Yeah.
Right.
They have like huge wingspans.
Yeah. It looks like Skeksis from
Dark Crystal.
Yeah, the Dark Crystal.
Yeah.
That must be. I wonder if they actually modeled the Skeksis on that.
Oh yeah, those people aren't creative. I mean, you know, artists use nature basically. You know. This is in Ibarra. Ibarra is the town that's next to Otavalo. It's where Gloria and I went to do the Fulbright. Yeah, this is also Ibarra. Or no, this is Quito.
You want to remind everybody what the Fulbright is?
The Fulbright is a foundation that was set up a long time ago. I don't know exactly when, but they sponsor masters and PhDs to go to around the world to do international education type projects. And when I was married to Gloria, she was a PhD, and she was like, it would be cool to do this. And I was like, well, I could try to write a proposal for that. So I did, and it got accepted. And so I was actually awarded, which is like practically unheard of, because I dropped out of my first semester of college to follow the Grateful Dead. So, yeah. Not a master's, not a PhD. Well, I did,
just a muso, dude. Just a muso.
Yeah. And anyhow, we got to go teach English teachers methodologies that were brain compatible, stress relieving, and health inducing. And it was pretty cool because when we arrived in Ibarra, there was teachers from all over South America. It was like 17 teachers that had come to the Fulbright training, which was going to be 17 days of training, or no, maybe 15 days of training anyhow. So when they got there and we started to talk to them, out of 17 teachers, only 2 of them could actually vocalize English. And they were all English teachers from all over South America, but only 2 of them could actually speak English, like semi well. You're right. And we're like, okay, they can write English, they can read English, they're teaching English, but they can't speak English. So we applied these techniques for the first 2 days to all of them. And by the end of the 2 days, they were all speaking. They were all verbalizing English. So, the techniques included kinesiology, mind mapping, multiple intelligences.
So when I get to America, then you're going to teach me this.
Well, yeah, this is going to be a big part of the treehouse. Treehouse is also learning, and so all the things that we'll do, I will train, and other people will train, and a big part of actually me ever being to Ecuador was Gloria, who's passed away in I believe I can't remember the date, 2004 I believe, but anyhow, Gloria was the language teacher, and she had roots in Ecuador from being there for a long time as a sort of a hippie. Her and her boyfriend went to Colombia, and after leaving that kind of situation, she went down to Ecuador and ended up in Otavalo, and over time learned how to speak Spanish. And when you're in any country in Mexico or any South American country, you're sort of like you're a cultural commodity, because there's not tons of expats down there. So especially when you come to small towns, people want to adopt you and make you part of their family. So Gloria had a deep connection with the family in Otavalo before she came back. And when she came back, she just naturally studied Spanish, because she already had this deep sort of natural learning experience with Spanish. So she was able to cruise through her education and dedicate a lot of research and education into methodology. And she met Dr. Georgi Lozanov, who I'm sorry I don't have a picture of, but his name is spelled Lozanov, or L-A, anyhow, Dr. Georgi Lozanov. And he is an incredible, I don't know if I want to hijack the time this much, but his story is just amazing. He walked away from psychiatry because he discovered and researched that the reason people were having mental illness was because of their education, and that this education system was the worldwide education system that was being used everywhere. And it basically teaches lies about the human potential, about love,
everything,
about everything,
everything
And so-
about being, everything about being.
So mental illness happens to people who cannot or will not accept this paradigm. And that's why they go away. That's why they traumatize themselves right out. And
Because everybody else is playing these parts, and it's like, and you're looking at them going, like, it just doesn't compute how people can be so sucked into this system that's blatant. It's like you can tell when you're at school that they're fucking lying to you, and you see, we all know inside our moral compasses are all, they're all like permafix with our moral. Maybe they waver somewhat, during our lives, but we've all got pretty strong moral compasses. That's why we're all heading towards the same, the same truths.
So this is the university where we did the Fulbright training, and something that I learned about this university was that it was split, it was divided, and one side of it was academics, and the other side of it was trades. And the trade side had huge farms and orchards, and also the other trade side had all the arts like wood carving and all these different kinds of handcraft arts. And basically what I found out was that early on people find their aptitude. And so when art students would be coming there, they would have already been, almost being an apprentice with a family member, or just doing it already. And when they went to the university, they got like accreditation, which helped them in the trade industry, because like in the export business for like wood, furniture, and things like that, exporters are looking for accredited wood carvers. But I thought it was just awesome that when students come to the university to study agriculture or arts, they don't have to have anything to do with academics that isn't something that's directly related to their future in their craft.
Right. So, what? There's more, isn't there, to this? Whereabouts is this?
This is also Ibarra. I grabbed some pictures. This is Ibarra, which is that little town nearby.
Right.
And this is back into Otabalo, in the market.
All you workers out there, every single commodity you produce is a piece of your own den.
That gourd is amazing.
Yeah.
It's so intricate. It's like Where's Waldo?
They are actually like pictograms, little pictures on there.
Yeah, Where's Gordo?
Yeah.
Where's Wally for Australians there?
Right.
Colors of the buildings, the yellow and the.
Okay, that's 00 right there.
I've got I've deleted it now because I didn't use it, but I've got a 4K drone footage flying up to this and over it.
Yeah, that's the needle of the record right there.
Yeah, that's 00, isn't it?
Yep, the needle of the record.
Put the needle on the record. Put the needle on the record. Put the needle on the record.
I was watching Drunk History last night. I was watching Drunk History last night, and they were talking about the history of that hip hop sound with the turntables, how it went from a guy using two turntables, then to the cueing mechanism so you could hear the track before you laid it down. And then they had like a kid brother, and he was told not to touch turntables. And like he was playing with them, and his mom came in. She was just keep it down, you know. And then he was doing it, and it was too loud. And she comes in, and she goes, "I told you to keep it down." And his hand was like trembling on the record as she's standing there, and it got it got recorded, and he went, "Whoa, that sounds cool."
It sounds cool, man. But that's how some of the best sounds come out. They're not. We don't intend it. We don't know what it is that's going to happen.
It's your mom yelling at you.
Yeah, well, it's unexpected things happening, or you know, there's
some hats, man.
Yeah, they are hats.
Nice hats.
Beanies. They're like sort of beanies, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the ones you want to wear there because it gets chilly
at night when the sun's gone down.
Or in the day when the sun goes under a cloud. That quick, man. But I actually figured out the functional use of smoking hookahs when I was up there. Because like some days it's totally clear, so it's hot, right? So it was a hot day and we went in and smoked a hookah. And I hadn't really smoked one for a bit, you know, and I hadn't ever smoked it like I smoked it at that point. And then for the next hour, I had a cold sweat, which out in the heat totally kept me like cool. For that whole hour. I was like I've
never had a cold sweat off a hookah.
Yeah, well, I think you have to hit it like you're, an Egyptian. Hit it like an Egyptian.
I mean, the thing is, I did. That was like I used to rip it like it was a bong, but the tobacco was always, it was that fruit tobacco, and it was just so smooth. It was so smooth, man. It was.
There is no work age there. Kids go to work as soon as they can use their hands.
Which is, I think, what we used to do. Back in the Victorian age, they definitely did that. I'm not saying that the child labour was morally justified. But
So,
like, if you're in a family, like say you're in a family and you work on a farm, the children are going to be the ones that help, and they're going to start working early to learn the trade or whatever it is they're doing. The best time to learn is when you're a child. So, what better time to get them learning a trade or whatever their trade could be? Sorry, mate. Go on, Kev.
yeah, the first time I was traveling, like, deep in the bush in Mexico, we were in San Cristobal de las Casas, and we were out one morning, and these two girls came up, and one of them was about this size, and one of them was like maybe a couple years older, and they had like friendship bracelets, and they came up with these, and the older girl comes up, and they both had these faces on them like they were so sad, right? And so my mate, she speaks perfect Spanish, right? So the girl proceeds to tell her, please, you've got to buy these bracelets. If we don't sell them, and their hair is perfect like this, and their clothes are perfect. And the girl goes on, if we don't sell these, our mom beats us so bad.
Yeah.
And she doesn't give us any food. They just had such the shtick. So we bought all their bracelets, so they wouldn't get beaten, But it's hilarious because you could tell they'd never been beaten a day in their life. But they knew how
Kids
to
ain't
sell.
stupid. Kids ain't stupid.
They probably sell used cars in
Streetwise.
America. Hopefully not. But yeah.
I mean, there's sort of.
These are a
Yeah.
type of a nut out of a palm tree. And they carved them like they look like ivory, like all those rings there are carved out of those nuts. And they can carve like sculptures out of them and do scrimshaw on it.
I'll
It's
tell
really
you what,
cool.
that has to be a potential selling point to women, right? Have you ever felt like wearing a man's nuts on your finger, like a ring? I don't know.
No.
Like, what's
I just thought it was a cool picture. She's rappelling up a tree, up into the canopy,
she's cute.
like one of those big trees. or bigger. Yeah, that's a ruin. I didn't realize it had a watermark on it.
Oh, that's Alami.
Yeah.
Alami.
Okay, there you go. There's one for you. Check out those ruins. She's
Those
leaving
are like
that.
See,
watch
similar to the walls here. The walls here are similar. They're not. They're different because they're different rocks.
Doesn't she look good leaving them in ruins? But I'm pumped.
Who is that? Is that somebody you know?
No, it was just I was looking for pictures of ruins and I got her picture by the ruins. And I thought it was funny. She's got the love glasses and she's making it look so like.
What it is that in that water bottle there, that's actually vodka and she's ruined.
Right. Something.
You're very quiet back there, Alex. Have you got? I know you've got you've got a headset somewhere, haven't you? Earphones with a microphone. Nowhere. Just.
This is the kind of
get your hands on one for next time, so that you don't, so we don't have this problem with the microphone. Because I really want to hear I want you to be able to just take part in the conversation, and because it's a pain. These microphones cutting each other out. It's a bloody pain.
Right.
This is not far from Otabalo.
Hang on a sec. Sorry, Kev. Just want to let Alex say something. Hang on. I'm just gonna mute you. Go on, Alex. Give us what for.
I said Sarah put those. You would know.
Yeah, it's still cutting out intermittently. It's like it's cut. It's really annoying. Sorry, it's not you. It's the fucking microphone setup. So however they set it up with on StreamYard.
New earphones arriving tomorrow. So. And
Perfect. I mean, I hope you didn't spend more than like 10 quid on them, because you can get them for 10 quid online. They're just all it needs to be is a cheap set, man. These were €8 for these, and they do the job. Like, you have to hold the microphone closer to your mouth for it to pick it up properly, because they're not good microphones, but they do the job kind of thing.
Now I know from the ones I used to with my sons that it worked pretty well.
Yeah.
So I just had to order them. I just had to remember what type they were. So I've done it. I will have them by tomorrow.
Brilliant. That waterfall, man, is so cool. That's in the video. I'm sure I got a shot of that waterfall in the video with the drone. Sorry, hang on, you're on mute. Let me take you off mute. Sorry, mate. Go on.
When I saw this waterfall, I realized something. I gotta share this. Okay, so I was with Gloria, and then I was considering going off and going back to school somewhere else, and she was like, "Well, would you go to Ecuador with me first?" And I was like, "Well, of course, twist my arm." So we went to Ecuador. And while we were in Ecuador, she brought me up to this place. And this place is a traditional space where the Quechua Indians will come to propose marriage.
Cool, man.
And she proposed to me. She asked me to marry her up here. And something I just realized, I'm probably married to this place. Like,
you will be when you get back there.
Well, see, it's like a heart.
I
If you
can already
see-
tell, dude,
if you
you're going to
see-
be an emotional wreck when we get there.
Dude,
we're
no,
gonna have
no.
a big hug, man. I'm going to give you a big
Listen,
hug
no,
when we get
no.
there.
I'm never an emotional wreck because
No, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that.
Emotions are not a wreck, and crying for men.
Yeah,
is
no,
not,
dude.
It's
I
not
don't mean it like
taboo
that.
in my book. So
Not in mine either, because I do it as
you know,
well.
I can bring up several cartoons that I cry
Yeah.
during the cartoon. So don't take it personally. But this is touching, and it's a revelation for me that we're going back to this heart because I've never been disconnected from it.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's in the video that I made with that the drone flies up and over it, and it's absolutely beautiful, man. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to be there, you know, because water. If we remember that water has memory, water has the best memory, and how long do you think this water has been circulating through the system, through the Earth system? Because it's the same water. How long has it been here? Where is this water on its journey through the system? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And what memories are carried in that water? And what memories is it picking up as it's going, as it's traveling? It's a beautiful picture, man. What's the next
So
slide?
yeah, and that was the, interestingly, I went to forward it, and that's the conclusion of this
That's it.
slideshow. Yeah, isn't that a trip? How it ended up being the last slide of the show.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. I can't. Yeah.
Right.
So I can't.
Right.
So I want to know what people are doing in the chat room. People that are watching and taking part in the chat. What are you actually doing in your or are you doing? Press 1 if you're actually doing something and making positive steps and taking actions to change things, because things have to change. What are you doing, or are you doing something? Press 1 if you, or are you just sitting there still going through all the motions, still going, doing what you're meant to do to keep the lights on and keep the food in your belly and pay the bills and still take part in the system, and think you're still just thinking about it. If you're still just thinking about making the move to change and to do something to change your life and by extension everybody else's, then press 2 if you're just thinking about it. I know you are, Lion of Tartaria, in Sweden now, and definitely taking positive steps. Just JP. We'll have to have a chat and talk about what you're doing, because I think what we need to do, I think we all need to show people what we're doing, man. So that, the only way we're going to get anybody to do anything is if they see somebody else doing it. They're much more likely to do something if they see somebody else doing it than if they just see somebody else talking about doing it but not actually doing it themselves. In it though. Do you create on your channel, just JP? Have you got videos on your channel? Ergo I am. How you doing, mate? How you doing? Leafy. Work. Your work? What? Yeah, but your work is obviously, your work is essential, man. You're an essential worker. The job that you're doing. You got 2 allotment plots, JP. Nice one. Well, we got 33 people watching right now, and only 4 people have responded.
Hey, Richie, can you flash the comments like up in the upper right-hand corner by chance?
I'll tell you what. On your screen in StreamYard, the comments are up there on the right. You should be able to choose between private comments or
No, the ones that go up, the highlighted comments.
Oh,
that come up and
because
block,
we're covering
block all the beauty. All the beauty in the
yes,
room is all like
I do
covered
forget
up.
that it does that. I do forget that it does that. Actually, yeah. Well, I was going to share
There
the
we
chat
go.
room, but if we're doing,
There we go.
we'll do it like this.
Ah, I'm relieved. See, she's smoking a joint. I was missing that. I want to get triggered.
Oh, go I am. Dude, everybody, it's to their own. Everybody should do what they do.
See, now we have room for another person to come in. Come on, who wants to come on?
We got room for
Come on,
six
come on.
more. We got room for 6 more, but
Yeah.
Sarah should be back soon.
Yeah. Let me check.
So, actually, that's it. You're done. You're done with this, actually, aren't you? So, I can share the chat room, and we can all see.
I'm gonna email Frank real quick here.
Yeah, cool. Bum, bum, bum. I'm actually quite thirsty.
Yeah, you want to take a little
We could
short
take
break?
another. We could take another little short break. That sounds cool.
I'm probably going to
But
pop
yeah.
out and then come back to, because it's just to reset my, hopefully I get a better connection, but mine's been chopping in and out quite a bit.
Cool. All right, mate. Nice one. No worries. Yeah, cool. All right. Well, we'll just play a video. We will be back shortly, guys. Go and urinate and get drinks and whatever it is that you want to do there. Find the right video.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy. Big beauty.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All across the line. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawk. Scorch the sky. White collar crime. Immortalize Yusef. Careful what you rep of the new left. Only a few left. Got the bureau doing Mueller two-step. Fire trap. No warrants for the wiretaps. Equal employer op. Higher apps. Read between the lines. Redefine. Enlist people army marching. Across a hard march. Dollar scams. Saudi royal fam. Oil contraband. Fun off the Taliban. Atomic blooms. Army move. Christian and Islamic fuels. Attend more funerals than barbecues. Niggas died and fill them on the shoes. Know your God. The con is on if you're confused. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. The hate made. Push legislate. Till they pay us reparations every day. Filthy pigs, murderers, they hate made. Maybe you heard of us. Revenge for the engineered virus. Slit their eyelids, carve an image in their iris. So slaughter, bloodshed, brutalizing, the truth rises. The CIA trained to crash test pilots. So feel wise, don't believe, cause they don't want you to see through the real eyes. So realize, don't accept the realize. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse.
Which shall live in hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
the scene. Truth is, the kids are losing steam enough. They say it's a shame to undermine it. We're talking about the most hated machine of all time. It's they're playing a game with most of our lives. But in November, who had the patience to stand in line and stop plain and saying they come to realize it? It's big pains like a flock of sheep talking sheep for the shopper. Used to want a street fight like drunk, and I just pray that I don't lose my fucking head like Boston. I can rock a black bandana too tight. Black man with the posture of a punk, cast aside cause I ain't right. I'm patriotic like a fox. I hung my flag high, but must have misunderstood when Beanie Siegel was like, hey yo, like that shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleeds at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react. We keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages. Matter of fact, we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my pride, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he could make these open rookies right fit? Well, they don't. I'm catching the drip. I'll practice holding my breath and stick with the shit. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and bridge against the kids. Come on, hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the kids. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the kids. Come on.
Humanity is made up of two groups, the normals and the pathological. The latter have distinct biological differences from the former. They were either born with them or developed them later in life due to trauma, brain damage, or early contact with other pathological people. The biological differences are so extreme that the pathological are actually identified as a subspecies of humanity, dubbed para-Homo sapiens. The pathological seem to be aware of these differences, though they
ultimately consider themselves not a subspecies, but almost an entirely separate species from normal, and a far superior species at that.
This superiority complex, combined with a lack of empathy, leads the pathological to seek power over the normals, using manipulation tactics termed paralogisms, particular manners of twisting logic to falsely make the illogical appear logical, and vice versa, and paramoralisms, specific methods of twisting morality to falsely portray the unethical as ethical, and vice versa. If you can see.
In this life in them, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really, is how to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like hoodoo, 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 hoodoo. I do find I still have the talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy. Big beauty.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist.
Right. Yeah. We're back. We're back. We're back. Can't have people sitting around forever. Sarah is around. She's about. She's just dealing with jitterbug right now, I think. And Alex is in our private chat still. Yeah, she's still here. Alex is still here. Oh, I can hear me. I can hear me there.
I figured out.
You figured out. Sorry, I was just muted you then because I could hear myself back. Go on, say that again.
I figured out how to be in the chat and on the screen. I know. It's the same for me.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to turn your TV down, babe.
I've done it.
Yeah, cool. Nice one. Callum,
Still
how
very
you doing?
technological.
Yes. You right, Callum?
Very good. Got myself a malt. I'm on a malt.
Malted milk.
Malt milk now. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Any
I'm
nutmeg?
doing tea.
Tea.
Tea
Is
for
it,
me.
Is it green tea? Is it Chinese cha? Is it
It's black.
lemon?
It's black.
With or without milk?
Didn't,
Sin leche.
didn't have any milk.
Yeah, yeah.
Couldn't catch the goat.
Kevin, perdón. ¿Habla español?
Sí, sí.
Sí, poco.
Más
Mucho.
o menos.
Más o menos, sí.
Sí.
Muy bien. Yo no, not so much. I can
Practicar.
only say about that. It's about as much as I can say, really. That and
You say
I learned Spanish. I know speak well.
You say yo aprendiendo.
Muy bueno.
Sí, yo estoy aprendiendo a hablar español para
Sí.
7 años solo escuchar, ¿sí?
Sí.
Para inglés, yo hablar español. Para español, no, nada. Pigeon Spanish.
Oh,
yeah.
I do think it's going to benefit me when I go to Ecuador, is my point. I think that 7 years of this background subconscious programming of Spanish, but not being spoken properly because they're Canarians, so they kind of bastardized the language a little bit.
The way I see it,
Madrid can't understand people from the Canary Islands.
When I was a child, when I was a smaller child, I didn't have a big vocabulary, but I was able to speak my mind. So that's kind of like where I'm at in Spanish.
Sí, claro.
And you know, maybe I'm only hearing like 15% of what people are saying, but that's all I ever hear of anybody, really.
Yo también.
That's all I ever really hear anyhow.
That means me as well, just in case anybody's wondering. Yo también means me as well. Me too. Hashtag yo también.
It's not about a tambourine.
No, it's not. It's not about tambourine. Tambourines are actually
hey, Mr. Tambien.
They are deceptively difficult to play, tambourines. If you haven't got good rhythm.
Especially
oh, here we go. Look. Oh, look. The nude best adult dating site is in. No, you're not, mate. No, you're gone. Blocked.
Everyone's honest. Yeah. We got chai tea. We got dandelion root. We've got roasted dandelion root. Yeah. Everyone's drinking good stuff by the end of it.
Sorry, I'm just going in and
blocking.
Well, reporting. I don't want somebody with that. They're not actually saying anything. That's the thing, right? That's the smart thing. They're not actually saying anything. It's only their channel name. It's their channel name that is suggestive. Nude HD XYZ best adult dating site. That's suggestive. And, you know, the sort of suggestiveness that you don't want on your bloody channel. So, not appropriate. I'd just take the time to do it on every single one of them because they count on people not bothering to do it properly and taking the time to actually do it properly. People flag it in the chat and flag the comment, report the comment in the chat for porn or whatever, and that actually goes against me more than it does against them. If you do
know,
that.
I think if we got a proper porn sponsor, they would actually weed out all those hackers.
Squirrel, dude, that's what I just said, mate. It's good that you know that. I'm not doing it I'm going to their channel and then reporting them through their channel, copying whatever it is that they've done, putting that as my reason for it because they don't have any content. It says this channel has no content. So you press next and it gives you can write notes. So I'd always copy whatever whatever it is they've done or whatever, like with the comments, always there'll be 2 or 3 comments on the live afterwards in the comment, in just the normal comments, obviously not the live comments. And it will be links to porn sites. And So I just go in, I'll copy the message that they left, the comment that they left, and I'll put that in the thing and say this comment was left on my video and it's not appropriate. So, you know, I don't bother getting angry or anything about it. I just, oh look, another one. They're trying hard. Hard, pardon the pun.
They're playing whack-a-mole with you.
Yeah, they're playing whack-a-mole. But you know what? I'm good at whack-a-mole. I always was, and I enjoy it as well. Really enjoy it, but I've got quite fast reflexes, so
Quick reflexes, yeah.
Whack-a-mole's more fun with a claw-tooth hammer. They don't get up as quick.
Maybe if you're out there and you make orgonite, you know, or orgon generators, you could become our sponsor, you know, and then you could manage all that negative orgon that tries to slip in.
This
I'll tell
guy's
you what,
just
man.
full of good ideas over here.
when we go,
It's my border. My
the
border
thing
is my border is full of ideas. They're just like floating around and going back and forth.
But we're going to have so much of our own life experience to draw from, to to be able to give people tools, give people tools and techniques, and draw like I say, drawing on older knowledge, but that's how we've done it. We've drawn on older knowledge to be able to get through what we've gone through, or rather we've got through. I think a lot of us actually, we've got through it, and then after we got through it, or part of getting through it is actually going and researching stuff. And while you're researching stuff, you go, oh wow, that's kind of what I've been doing. I've kind of been doing that, and I didn't realize that's what I was doing, but that is what I was doing. When you isolating yourself and you're taking the hero's path and all of that sort of stuff, you realize, wow, that's what I did. That's absolutely what I did.
We allow our new roots to follow ancient roots.
Yes.
And not just what I did, but what I'm doing.
Yes.
It is past tense.
Yes.
You did it.
Yeah.
Do it. You've got no excuse not to continue doing it if you're on the right path. And I don't think anybody who is on that path would want to come off it anyway. Why would you bother? What would be the point?
You've seen all the shops. You know what's in them. And, you know what's down the dark alleys because you've been down them before. So, like you say, there's no...
Well, that's what you were saying before about you wanted to study like Taoism, and I put it up in the comment section, but I don't think I put your name on it, as to the Tao of Pooh is a really, really good book. It's very, very thin, but it's very, very educational as to Taoism. It gives you such a broad...
Is it?
You'd love it. You'd love it.
Is it the one? Is it that one by Winnie the Pooh? Because I've read that one.
But have you read it already?
The one by Winnie, yeah.
Yeah, you've read Winnie the Pooh, all of that.
Yeah, the Tao. Is that? Oh, right, okay. No.
Tao of Pooh.
No, I mean Winnie the Pooh's actual book about Taoism.
It's a book written about Taoism using Winnie the Pooh and the characters therein.
Really?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's called the Tao of Pooh.
Very cool.
Very, very.
I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, and then there's the Day of Piglet, which is a bit more heavy going, but But I would definitely recommend the Tao of Pooh.
Oh my God, it comes up in the thing. You don't even mean to write the whole thing out.
And with that sort of thing, laughter being the best medicine, because it'll make you remember.
There's a book written by Benjamin Hoff.
Yes, right.
The book is intended as an introduction to the Eastern belief system of Taoism for Westerners. It allegorically employs the fictional characters of A.A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh stories to explain the basic principles of philosophical Taoism. The book was on the New York Times bestseller list for 49 weeks.
It's a really good book.
PDF.
So, but it'll give you a lot in a very, very short thing, and because you've already read Winnie the Pooh, so you'll know what he's referring to. And also, if you're a grown person, you will. It's funny, but you don't pick up a kid. When you're really pick up on you. God, amazing. Teaching manual.
I have.
Just the original book is a teaching manual. Cannibalized by because he doesn't care.
Here we go.
Oh yeah,
Dao
I remember
Pu.
this.
For Han Xiangzi. Colston pie. A bird can't fly, but a bird can fly. Ask me a riddle and I'll reply. Cottleston pie. Right.
Lives in a tree. Look at that.
What's this you're writing? Asked Pooh, climbing onto the writing table. The Tao of Pooh, I replied. Shall I do this as my next book? It's my next around the campfire.
I think so. It has been spoken. 175 pages, but they look short.
Well, it might take more than just one stream, but yeah, definitely. I'm going to have a look at this.
You could do it chapter by chapter.
I don't know if I've just downloaded the whole thing or just that one page, but I think I've just downloaded the PDF, so I'll be able to do it off. I'll be able to have a look at it offline. But yes, there we go. The Tao of Pooh. I'll put this link into the chat room for those of you that would like to go and take a little gander for yourselves.
Two Joy said there's a Feng Shui one as well, isn't there? Feng Shui.
Feng Shui. Yeah, Feng Shui. The Tao of Pooh. Bane Bear, what up, mate? How you doing? Welcome. Are you muted there, Sarah? Are you talking to us and you're muted?
No, I'm talking to myself because we're having issues with getting this number to register in WhatsApp. And I was double checking the amount of numbers we have, for it, because I was trying to see if maybe we have too little. And I can't quite tell if I think there is something wrong with it. So I was talking to myself, going, what the F? So that's what you just. That's what you saw.
Is this Frank's number?
Yeah. Yep.
Just have to email him back and say it's.
He has
working,
been. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
He has been talking to him. We'll figure it out. We got this.
I mean, there's a number of other. I don't know how old his phone is. You're on mute as well, there, Kev. Oh, I think Kev's on the phone.
He sent it to me, and I just wanted to try it real quick so that we are all set to go. I'm so excited.
Kev, are you on the phone to someone else, or were you talking and you're on mute? If you're on mute because you're on the phone to someone else, that's cool.
Give us a thumbs up. Who are you talking to, Kevin?
I didn't mean to be on mute. I think somebody else muted me. That's okay.
Oh, it was probably me, but I tried to unmute you, and then, yep, never mind. It's because every time you're unmuted, Kevin, your mic cuts out Alex. It's unintentional. It's just because of her setup. That's why I mute you, just so you know. I'm not doing it to be an asshole.
That's fine. I told you I save all my crying for after the stream.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Brain Bear was asked to perform a block party.
That makes me.
I saw my tears. I saw my tears on eBay.
That's how we're gonna fund our project. Is Kevin's tears. They're high in salt.
I don't know what these people use them for. They pay a lot of money though.
What'd you put them in?
What's that?
What do you put them in?
just little glass vials, you know. Like I can fill up.
Or
I
you're
can
not-
fill
you're
up.
thinking wearing like
I
a
can
necklace.
fill up a. I can fill up a 2-liter bottle in no time.
Oh my god! How much do you sell them for? By the what?
Well, I actually say they're dragon tears.
Do you sell them by the fluid
Because I'm a double dragon, so I think it's. I don't think that they could disprove it. I mean, how could you disprove that they're dragon tears if people can't disprove that those are good-looking girl farts?
Do they
But,
really? Are they really
I
selling farts in a jar?
I can
Please
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I can
like,
actually believe.
like
that
that's
there
what
are
I'm
people
saying. You
that-
guys will believe anything, you know. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
But like, I can actually believe that there
Oh,
are
look, it says
dickheads with
gullible.
money. There are dickheads with money that just have so much money that they do ridiculous things like that with it.
I was just trying to get back at Richie for the pool. You know, for being dropped in the pool. Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, dude, I wasn't dropping you in the pool, man. I didn't mean to drop you.
You were
in the
dropping
pool.
us all in the pool. But you know, it was like the Nest plunge or the magic tree plunge.
We're all gonna do the Wim Hof, like plunge, the plunge into cold water. Wim Hof plunge into cold water, man. Well, I tell you what, that's the thing at the treehouse. I'll just warn you all now. We will be adopting Wim Hof's methods because
100%.
they are unrivaled. They're unquestionable. They absolutely benefit.
They go with the prana. They go with that correlates exactly with what Kevin's talking about. The controlling of your breath has a lot to do with our ability to heal ourselves. So
Yeah.
it all correlates. It's beautiful. So effing beautiful.
So Wim Hof, just to let you know, just to put it out into the ether, dude, Wim Hof, baby, we would love to talk to you, man. Like, we'd love to get you out
teach a
to
class in Ecuador.
You come out to Ecuador and teach a class. We're gonna have to get in touch with Wim Hof.
Control your experience
Mm.
through.
Will it be cold enough for?
Yeah, we're
I
on
think
the edge of the mountain, so it's
I think
it's like
like 10,000 feet above sea level. So the temperature changes.
Not quite 10, but yeah, close.
Yeah. So the temperature changes will be quite extreme, which is if you can get through like when it goes cold, if you just embrace it, man. No,
Well,
you don't
like there's places that get cold because they're shaded by mountain, and those places, you know, stay pretty cold. But where you're exposed to the sun, it's like it's just like a constant change. But it's hot some days when there's not a lot of cloud cover. Like it can be like because the sun is closer, they say, but it's
So you're more
definitely
likely
more
to
intense.
You're more likely
Definitely. You have to wear a hat or else it hurts your brain. It actually gives you pain.
sun, but
Intensity.
yeah, you
I
can end up
love
with
the hats.
sunstroke.
They have the big, you know, Alex, they have the beautiful big indigenous style hats there with the patterns.
Yeah,
But
we saw them in the
a wool hat will do the same thing.
Yeah, and
Oh,
if it's
I'll
made
definitely
with
be wearing
wool,
both.
like you said, if it's made with alpaca wool, it's going to breathe properly. So it won't be like putting a sheep's wool
Right.
hat on your head. It's
So they
sort
wear
of like a sheep's wool hat.
light colored alpaca hat with the things over the ears, so it's covering.
What Callum's wearing.
Callum looks like he's all ready to come out to to go on a trek through the Himalayas or come out to Ecuador, and so it's just missing the hat. He does have
That's
that.
why I understand that you want to stay in Alice Springs, but you definitely have to visit because I just feel like I see you in Ecuador with right.
Yeah, man. Jaman. Janos.
Someday.
I'll be your Sherpa.
When you just said that, then, right, I heard it like you were singing it, and you were sort of going, "I'll be your Sherpa.
I'll be
Yeah.
your Sherpa tonight.
I'll be your Sherpa, baby. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I fucking
but for some reason, wherever he goes, the alpacas follow him. They're like,
yeah,
beautiful animals.
Well,
Yeah.
better they follow than they run away, eh?
Just
I
don't wear
actually
your
had-
wool. Just don't
I
wear
had
your
a-
wool with pure linen. With linen.
I saw a llama
negative
down by the
energy
lake
effect.
in Atabalo, and it was ready to spit. You know, like we were passing by, and I could see it was winding up to spit on one of us, and I was just like, "Give it a wide girth. Go this way. Get away."
It's looking for someone to spit on, man.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, you. No, you.
It'd have been holding on to it for a while.
About
you
the
know,
videos,
Judgmental animals.
I know a gringo's gonna come by here. I'm gonna hold on to this. You know.
See,
His friends are like, just spit it out. No. See the gringos way over there? They're coming this way.
I spit on
that's
them.
That's when my true like shaman will come out, and it will spit at me, and I'll go, whoosh, and I'll just catch it will hit my hand, and the Sherpas and that, and will be looking and go, oh, he's the one, because it doesn't hit me in the eye. That ninja speed.
No, I was gonna say you're gonna be making
Camels
funny
do,
ass
they
videos
spit.
of you getting hit.
I thought you were gonna say you inhale it in one nostril and blow it back out the other and get some right in the eye.
That's horrible.
And you made Alex sick. So good job, guys.
Sorry, Alex.
That's what happens. You see, this
Pure
is
alpaca spit.
Say that again, Alex.
this is what you're signing up for.
Any South Park episodes still back there in the recesses of my, memory.
You're gonna raw, really.
Yeah. I'll do an alpaca cartoon.
Be obeyed.
The alpaca will be like the main character in the comic book I make, and he'll just go through life spitting on stuff.
Like llamas.
So I'm going to totally.
It means he really likes it.
Like he'll go into the Oval Office, and he'll spit on the desk. It's just like everything.
But is a llama a mini alpaca?
No, alpaca is a mini llama. Other way around. And then there's another one that's even smaller. That's called a.
Oh yeah.
They're so cute. They're tiny, and their fur is like super fine. And they're called, I don't know. Somebody can look that up. It's like the smallest type of those.
Or is
Can't remember.
Go. Am I on silent? I think I'm quiet. Him.
Alex, say that again. I had to mute everybody. Say that again.
No, I was just wondering if it's a pashmina, but is that a goat? I'm not sure. I do know that a llama saved my life when I was in hospital, bizarrely enough.
Tell the story, please.
Well, I was in St. Mary's Hospital in Paddington, and when I got diagnosed, I was undergoing remedies for diagnosis or whatever, and they had a hospital bed crisis, so they needed to move somebody into the Lindo wing, which is the private wing of the hospital, which is very expensive. Basically, it costs about $4,000 a night, I think, and that's not including medical treatment. But prior to that, before I got ill, I had a real Scarlett O'Hara moment because I got a fine from the school because I took my son to my sister's big fat Greek wedding, which is a whole different story. And they sent me a £60 fine, and I did a real Scarlett O'Hara. I was like, as God is my witness, I'm going to have this money back, and I'm not capping the interest. And then when I got diagnosed, or when I went into hospital, when I collapsed, they moved me after like 48 hours into the Lindo wing. And but you had to go through the underground to get there because it's like in a different wing or building of the hospital. and I had to go. You have to go underground, and I was terrified of going on like their underground, you know, with like just a hospital porter. But the person who was my business partner at the time, her daughters, she had twins, had given me a pen, which was a llama pen, which where if you push one ear down, you get a blue pen. If you put another ear down, you get the red pen. Anyway, I was looking for weaponry just in case, because it's like, if I'm going to be taken out in an underground hospital dungeon, then I'm not the only one who's going. I'm going to take out someone with me, definitely. So I had it gripped in my hand the whole way. The porter was lovely and it was fabulous. I went to the room, burst into tears because I felt really lonely until I was shown the menu, and then I was in Wonderland because it was fabulous, you know, menu in that particular wing of the hospital because it's private. I was there for about 4 days. So I definitely got my money back, and there was no cap on the interest. If you've got any questions.
Interesting story. No, but it makes sense. I was like, you were in a hospital and you're talking about a llama. I was like, I don't think they brought a real llama in. So there's something, there's an underlying part to that.
Real to me. Being taken through the underground. Very having it in my hand.
Actually, this is a really, like, that's just a good thing to bring up in general, because the hospital I work for has a setup like that. It's not, you know, super in depth or like a tunnel branching two wings, as far as I know. But I had lived my whole life behind a big nursing home facility that had like a more medical center in the front, and then like a independent living in the back. But there was an underground tunnel system, and we knew very well about it as kids because we actually figured out how we could get in and get on an intercom system. And so as kids, we were like, oh, let's, you know, we'd be always using that as like our playground, that area. We played Ghosts in the Graveyard. And so, yeah, anyway, like that we did get in there too. I'll never forget that. So go ahead, Kevin.
Old, but he's been my friend for a very long time. And he works in the like heating, air conditioning, and they also do like all gas supplies in the hospitals. He's the first one that actually turned me onto a balloon of laughing gas, right? And he told me stories about these tunnels that linked all the hospitals together, you know, that were old, like, and stuff. But the funny thing he told us is that the piping, there was a place where the nitrous came in to the hospital, and then it went to the different, you know, the operating rooms where they would get it, and they would open up the valves in the tunnels, and that's all.
They give it to you when you're in labor. And when you try it out the first time before you're actually in labor, you think it's really funny. And you're in labor, and ain't nothing funny about it. Not my. It's not funny at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that because of my history with, like, you know, you end up, you can imagine that people who have like severe schizophrenia and other types of, they have obviously issues with sleeping. So I dealt with a lot of like people who, even having the belts on them, because I used to have I would put to monitor respiration. We had belts, you know, they would expand with when you breathe. I had to be very careful about like the whole process of that. And a lot of times I actually would have to leave the door open, which was so hard, you know, because we're already trying to be so quiet during our sleep studies. But, you know, there's just a lot of little things we would do to try to, so that we could really capture and be as comfortable, make it as comfortable as possible. But it doesn't make it less barbaric by me trying to explain it that way. And this is a good example of like, I think what, and I can't completely relate, but what women go through when they go to give birth in the hospital system, and how they're kind of pulled and tugged in the whole process with that too. I mean, the whole thing is claustrophobic is kind of how I see it.
It's terrifying. I thought I was going to have like the experience of a loaf out of a grease tin, but it was nothing like that. I found out in the last couple of years that I would never have been able to have a natural delivery because my coccyx is too badly damaged from either a car accident I had when I was a child or horse riding accidents, which, you know, could be one, both, or either, but not neither. So, you know, I don't have anything about it, you know, going forward, but as an experience, it was a real rite of passage. You know, you can survive that, you can survive anything. That's what I told myself.
I truly believe that. Again, not having the experience myself, but just being able to talk to other people about it. Yeah, my mom actually had all of me and my brothers at home, and we were actually one of the last known births in that area to be done at home.
Wow.
And he ended up being our family doctor for the rest of our lives. Actually, he's still friends with my parents now. So that kind of experience, you know, I think was very unique. My thing was my whole situation. I realized is like, I don't even know with the way my parents are, but yeah. So that's
You
pretty
should interview them and ask.
Well, I have talked to him. He's not ready. He wouldn't be ready to talk about not germ theory, but if he was willing to come on and humor the idea, he is very like he and I actually the last time we got together, he's been there for me. I actually had a major heart incident. I ended up calling him. Yeah, I ended up calling him and asking his advice because I was so upset about the whole thing. Because more or less I had passed out. My heart rate was dropping really low. Because it was I wasn't hydrating myself properly in the morning, and then it was just like the amount of activity I was doing really quick. It was like messing my heart rate. So I hit my head. I was at work actually, and I smacked my head, and they made me go to the ER because I was at work, you know. So I had to get hooked up and have everything looked at and everything, you know. Anyway, so we talked about it later, and we talked about the system, and he's getting out of healthcare because of the way how things have changed. And he agrees that it's all just so much for profit. But the indoctrination is so deep that people don't realize like the different types of healing that can be implemented. And I think it's time. I think it's time for these people to listen to this. And I think that door will open, but to try to get them on the show, I'm not sure. And I can always try. So don't get me wrong. It's like, I should never say no. Right.
But what about your parents? You know, what it was like for your mother? You know, because the doctor, you know, it's like, yeah, interesting, but your parents, I mean, you know, what was it like for your mom? How did she plan for it?
I can definitely try on that too, but like,
yeah, I mean, I'm sure that she would love to answer those questions. You know,
yeah, I mean,
how did you plan for it, or did you? Did you not? Did you?
Well,
was it? You know,
she did plan for it. I can tell you all this. You know, I can tell you to some extent. You know, that's exactly what she wanted. My mom is to me has been my hippie child influence. Like she had her own store called the Tortoise Bazaar, with her hippie friend Jan, who never married, who lived this alternative lifestyle, right? And she always talks about how she never was going to live that lifestyle, but then she met my dad, and she ended up having 3 kids. You know, she never saw that all happening. You know, so like she definitely
was your father in the room for the birth?
Yeah, my dad was there. Yeah.
Was he at the business end or was he at the head end?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I don't know that.
Very good question.
I'm pretty sure
to find out. And if he was,
these are questions, right? Like,
what happened to their sex life afterwards? Did it affect it or not?
It didn't. I can actually tell you that.
Okay,
it's kind of gross, but I accidentally walked into my parents like one too many times, like because I was a very like loud, rude child, and I would just accidentally like walk right in.
Oh, how lovely!
It again, guys! Wow.
Yeah. No, at the time, ghastly, but for now, when you look back on it, it's just like, you know, the fact that you walked in and found your parents in passionate embrace is just such a cool thing, especially because your parents are still together.
There's
some of us have divorced parents, and not just
45 years,
but 3. So, you know,
but there's an interesting dynamic there. And I will say that I've talked to them through a lot of, like, from my own experience. I think actually they've worked through some interesting things because being in the house together? 45 years. They just had their anniversary.
My parents have been together for 46 years. I walked in on my parents. You could say that it was a passionate embrace, but it was the
Don't go
passionate
into too
embrace
many
that the
details.
dogs would have. The dogs would have this sort of
Okay.
passionate embrace.
Thank you, TMI.
Disturbing, man.
Be quiet, Mr. Bond.
Oh
TMI,
man.
baby, TMI.
Regardless, it is very, don't get me wrong, it's very interesting, my parents' dynamic and what they're going through right now, being retired and trying to figure out what they want to do with the rest of their lives. So one of the things though is that, you know, we're having difficult conversations almost every day, the three of us, because I'm bringing up subject matters that trigger them and really trigger my mom. And so it starts us like butting heads. And then I'm not really respected at the end of the day is the problem right now. So like there's a thing where I'm not being validated and I'm being treated like I'm 18 years old again. So you can imagine I'm trying in my best way not to get triggered and grow through this, right? And help them grow through this. But that's why it's an interesting dynamic. And I know I'm here. I know I am here right now, and I've been here right now. And I'm leaving, and I'm going to leave to show that example of leaving as well. But I'm here right now to help them. Not to say they helped. Don't get me wrong. Like the environment that I would never be who I am today if the environment was not presented to me. And that's the one thing I tell them all the time. It's because of you both that I challenge and I question everything. You've taught me to put myself in other people's shoes. You taught me to be as humble as possible. You taught me to do the right thing. So,
except where they're concerned. Just tell them that you're a house devil and a street angel.
I definitely have had to set boundaries because I've never had before. I've been a people pleaser my whole life. So this experience for all of us has been really, really, I think, healthy at the end of the day. I am pretty thankful.
It's like all relationships. It's a constant series of negotiations. You know, people have this ideology that you just, you know, you meet, you fall in love or whatever, and then you sail off into the sunset. And what happens, you know, after you've hit
it all goes up.
Then what? Then what? You know, and people don't, you know, and it's really, really important to, never mind looking back, you know, yeah, see where you've come from, but the past is a place to drive through. It's not a place to reside in. You know, and being in the now is great, but you've got to be able to look forward and see what's coming around that track, because there's always something coming around the track. And if you're not prepared for it, then you're going to be in difficulties. And it's really important to, you know, not just go along with, you know, your intention of this, your intention of that, because the path to your personal hell is paved with good intentions. It's really important to play the devil's advocate with yourself and with each other, so that you can do your due diligence, your critical assumptions, and know that whatever could go wrong, maybe will go wrong. And what are you going to do about it? What's the plan? Because it's not enough to say, no, it won't happen. It won't happen. You can if you want. That's, you know, free choice. But as, you know, a fairy godmother, which I am, because I've achieved that, you know, status at 52 nearly years of age, with many godchildren and being a mother and, you know, everything else. I really feel like, you know, that is advice that needs sharing, that it's not okay just to, you know, let people run away with themselves, because, you know, as thou poo, you'll find out about, you know, trespassers will.
It's not that the path to hell is paved with good intentions, because we've all got good intentions. It's the path to hell. The path to hell is paved with good intentions that aren't real. You know, like virtue signaling with your intentions. If there's nothing there, if you're not actually going to do anything, if there's no substance to those intentions, then yeah, you're paving a road to hell. But if you're doing stuff with your intentions, then good intentions are a good thing, aren't they?
Can be.
Yeah, and I mean, I think so. It's good to be. It is good to be a devil's advocate, like you said, Alex. That's the key to this, because it is sort of a preparation thing, and you can still turn it around and be positive and not manifest the bad. It's sort of like be prepared, not scared kind of thing. So I think there's a balance with that, is what I'm learning as well. But my mother she's the exact reason I'm a devil's advocate, and I used to hate it. And now I respect it, and now I am that. That's the funny part.
So
aware of
You
possibilities,
know, because she's had children
to make better choices.
We're all being so respectful. Thank you all. I just noticed we're all like taking a moment to pause. Go ahead, Alex. And don't be sorry, Kevin, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin. And then Alex, I think you were saying something too.
Kevin was saying that too.
Yeah, Alex, try talking now. See if this. I changed mics. Try to talk, Alex.
Oh, okay. No,
yeah. Oh
when
no.
you go to business school, one of the first things that they tell you is about, critical assumptions, doing your due diligence, and playing your own devil's advocate when you're doing any business ideology. Then, people get like puffed up with, their sense of, intentionality and this, that, and everything else. And then they forget the very bare basics, which is, it's fabulous to have your intentionality. You definitely need to have that. But you also have to do, the grunt work, and you need to know what that grunt work will be. And yourself. Sometimes what you thought you might do, you find out, actually, I don't want to do that at all. And what you thought you couldn't do, you find out, I can actually do that really easily. And, it's another series of negotiation, not only with yourself, but with those whom you deal with.
I wanted to say something because it came up in my head. Is my mic okay now? Because I changed mics.
Yeah, no, it's still okay. And only when you're making little noises does it cut Alex out. Otherwise, you can keep it unmuted and it doesn't cut her out. I have to stay muted because I constantly have fans going.
Okay.
But I'm trying to help. So, I'm trying to watch and do it for you guys too. So sorry.
This is one of the tools that I learned through my study of like brain compatible, like stress relieving learning techniques, and it's called mind mapping. And mind mapping is a way to actually say we're living in the now, but we're always thinking about what we're becoming. What our next steps are. It's like walking. You're not just thinking about the step that you're on. You're thinking also you're coming up with the next step. So say you come up with a something that you want a goal you want to reach. So you map that out, and what it becomes is every single step that you need to reach that goal. And once you actually create a mind map, it's not so much like a vision board, because you're actually creating neural pathways to all the steps you need to take, and they are then hardwired. The creation of the map hardwires the steps you need to get to the points you want to get to. So, and I just let me finish it. I finished this by saying I did like a 1 year map and a 5 year map, and I completed everything on the 1 year map in like less than 9 months. And then when I look back at my 5 year map, in 3 years, I had completed all those goals as well. So it's about unlocking your subconscious mind and actually connecting it to more subconscious patterning, which assists you to basically externalize your subconscious goals into
And that's what I was showing here too. I think it's also called Adamagolgia. or something like that. This is this woman. So that's what this is. It's like that's what she's exactly explaining, that this is a way to create new neural pathways as your to-do list. Like if you have a to-do list, do this, and this is how. She's like a coach that does this. I started following her. I thought, oh, this is cool. So I actually thought, hey, if anything, we could try to reach out. I'm not.
Well, wait. I want to say this. Tony Buzan was the person that invented this or put it together. And the thing is what he proved by using mind mapping is that he could teach people who had developmental disability or organic brain damage, and they could learn the same information as normal learners by incorporating this type of a learning.
How do you spell his name?
Buzan. Tony Buzan. Yeah. Buzan mind map. That'll bring it. And then he's got his own site. It's called Buzan something. See there? Yeah. And so anyhow, it's really based on nature. And the theory is that this is the way we've been learning for thousands of years. And they've been giving us this linear pattern just recently. And it's not meant for long-term memory. It's meant for a commodity of giving you piecemeals of information that you will forget. Because, honestly, they don't want you to remember.
Both sides.
Exactly. It actually causes a synchronization of the hemispheres. And I used it with young children that would not, in China when I was teaching English, and they wouldn't really verbalize English until I got them working together on mind maps. Then they just started blurting out English words left and right. And it's taught at all the Fortune 100 companies because it's the best way to get people to collaborate and come up with like genius breakthroughs. So it's all about, just relaxing into it. Sometimes you're using words when you feel like any kind of like pressure in your head because you can't come up with a word. You just flip and you start drawing a picture. And then you maybe make symbols like your own hieroglyphic patterns that you understand. And you're making these as you're writing down things that you're learning about, you're thinking of things that you already know that are just like those things. So you write those things down, and what it does is it brings those new memories into these old long-term memory banks and just goes, okay, this is like this, boom. And it gets filed in the proper place to access at a later time. So it's really cool because it's nature that does it. It's about using your creative side. And yeah, that's a good one. That's like a really active person is really letting it flow, letting both sides kind of flow in that. But they can be even better. They can be with not better, because what you do is you try to make each one a little bit better than the one you did before. So everybody is an artist, even if they don't believe it, they are. Okay, that's my mind map plug.
That was perfect. I love it. Thank you. And thank you, Alex, for bringing that to the forefront.
Yeah, good segue for that.
Angel Wings, I was thinking that at some point I will get some music you've recommended queued up to play in between the breaks. So just, or we'll record it and use it, even though it may not come back as 432. So that's the biggest issue, how it actually samples through these. That's it, right? That's the reason I haven't been as active, because it's actually pretty complicated, which something Bernie said he would help me with figure out. But if I make videos with Premiere Pro, there's this whole sample rate, and it's not very customizable. It's like you have to go in and really mess with it. So, are we gonna watch a little video?
Right. Because we were talking about llamas and alpacas and stuff, and it made me think of this. My favorite My favorite, I don't know if it's a llama or an alpaca, but
What the flark is that?
Definitely not a monster.
Adorable. It's more matted than an Asgardian goat.
We cannot present this pathetic creature to the monster queen of Sector 9. She will laugh at us.
Maybe we can use it as bait.
I knew those thumpers wouldn't work.
What? My thumpers are state-of-the-art. Musclehead's the one who rushed at the first thing that came through the door.
My head is not made of muscle.
I love that. I love that game, man. It's got to be one of the best games ever. The dialogue in it and the characters in it are just hilarious. That big green guy is the best character ever, and he's like, it's like he's definitely on the autistic scale, like on the autistic spectrum somewhere. I don't know. It's like he's just, well, I don't know. I don't know how you describe him, man. He's just a brilliant, brilliant character. Anyway,
Thank you for sharing.
It's
I did find out
alpacas.
the name of those other alpacas. I did, unless did I close it already? Oh no, I think the ones are called, tell me if this sounds familiar, vicunas. Vicunas as the small ones. Let me show you, because somebody mentioned which I saw these, the guanaco, but they're a little bigger. They're more like antelope you would see.
Drax, that's his name, Drax. He is
still talking about
hilarious,
Llama.
man.
They're like 2.5 feet tall at the shoulder.
And then the vicuna, see, they're so cute.
Yeah,
They look like babies.
llamas are big, aren't they? Alpacas are sort of more 6 foot. Alpacas are a little bit smaller. They're the ones that the guy that bought the Cerro Gordo.
We're gonna get to go here. We're gonna go here.
In the guy that bought the Cerro Gordo silver mine in California, he's got He's got either alpacas or I'm not sure which one now.
That's why you have to worry about them spitting, because they're like at eye level.
Yeah.
Seriously, they don't
like
spit.
Well, actually,
they don't spit in your torso. They're
Dude,
headshot only, man.
I'm
They're
not
like
worried about them spitting in my
accurate.
eye. I'm worried about spitting in my fucking mouth.
They're used to hitting scorpions, right? They're like Clint Eastwood, you know.
I just don't want a gob full of that stuff. I mean, the eye, I can wipe
Do we have
that
scorpions
away.
out there? Do we have scorpions up in the mountains there, or is that more in the
yeah.
desert? In the mountains, really?
I think
Yeah,
so.
what
Pretty sure.
we'll have to
Maybe
do-
that was a little lower, but they're definitely in the highlands.
I was gonna say they're gonna be more in that high desert when it gets to that where it's a little more high
Yeah,
desert.
that might have been over by the ruins.
Yeah.
I went to these Inca
What I want to
ruins that
do,
were huge.
what I want to do is get a couple of huge black lights, right? And so we go out into the forest and light up with black light and see what we see, because things like scorpions glow up in black light. So you imagine what we'll be able to see at night, man.
After a few cups of ayahuasca.
Oh, mate. Oh, it's gonna be awesome.
I don't even
And
need
after
that.
all the
Do
vomiting.
you realize how
We're
high
gonna-
on life I am?
The thing is, we're going to share all of this experience, man. We're going to share, because like I know that there's going to be loads of people that would love to actually be experiencing it as well, but they can't for whatever reason. They're not able to. And like I know
Yeah,
Alex,
that's right, Brian.
Alex
Josie Wales.
would probably absolutely love to come out, and I tell you what, I hope you do. I hope we get you out, Alex. Like in your situation, I don't think that you're actually. I think it's not going to be like anybody else that's had it before, right? You're gonna prove that just through visualization and good energy and all of that, everything what we're doing, we're gonna kick that MS right into touch, and you're going to be dancing and doing ballet in 10 years time.
It might have all been
5 years time.
It might have
5
all
years
been
time.
wait for this.
That was always my fantasy. It was a bath chair. So much fun. legs up the whole time. I could sit cross-legged. Can't really do that in a wheelchair because, you know, the handlebars get in the way.
I see. Oh my gosh, when you said that, I saw it.
What I see is actually I can see Alex climbing, and well, it's going to be really funny because we're all going to be laughing at how she's trying to climb into a hammock, but it keeps spinning her out. See, and it's just not going to be an issue because you're just going to get straight back up again and go, "Oh, for God's sake!" And you know what I'm saying? It's going to be Alex with minus.
On a grassy knoll type situation, or is it going to be a hammock on cement or ceramics?
Grassy knoll.
It's gonna be grassy knoll with soft leaves to cushion your fall. Now what we'll do is we'll put a couple of put a couple of bean bags or something underneath
Just roll
it.
down to one of our houses. Roll from one house to the other.
Do you remember bucking broncos?
I've played on a bucking bronco, yeah.
Did you fall off?
Well, eventually, yeah, because the person was a little bit malicious and didn't like how long I'd stayed on, and was like, "Yeah, all right, then I'll get you off," douche, and cranked it right up, and I didn't have a hope in hell. So, but
Yeah.
I was on for over a minute. So,
No, I was on till the very end until they had to stop it because it was just getting boring.
are you like Leela? Are you like Leela in Futurama?
Yeah,
Have you got suckers? Have you got suckers on your hands, and that's why you just go
right
on her thighs.
on the thighs. Either that, or she's got thighs that could bend steel.
That's the one.
Welcome to the club.
Ball. Do you remember the gate crasher balls, Richie? Or you're maybe too young to remember? But there was a whole thing in London with the gate crasher balls, and they were. I thought, you know, it was like a ball, like, you know, because I was young and naive. I was only like 15. I thought it was a ball, like, you know, a Cinderella type ball, but in actual fact, it wasn't. It was more of like a brawl rather than a ball. Especially with the brawling you lying all over the floors, you know, huffing and puffing. Anyway, they had a bucking bronco, and I decided to have a go on it. But I was wearing a skin tight, shocking pink. After Diana Ross had done that whole chain reaction thing, my mother had a dress hire shop. So I had this shocking pink long dress with a poofy bit at the bottom that was like that sort of a shape over the bosoms. Long gloves, diamante necklace, diamante earrings, bleach blonde hair, looking like a Marilyn Monroe. My mother didn't speak to me for 2 weeks. She was so disgusted with the hair. I had to get her to forgive me, which ended in this awful apparition that used to be me, and that was the only way she would forgive me. Anyway, I went to the ball, and I thought, no, fuck it, I'm sorry, horrible language.
No, please.
And then I'm going on the bucking bronco. I want to see. So they were like obviously very excited because, you know, if this one falls off and, you know, shows its, you know, of its thing, then, you know, it's going to be amazing. You know, what a show. And I got on and they sped it up, and I had to hitch my skirt up and I got on, and they did it up to the full buckingness of it, and they said go one-handed, so I did, and then they said, okay, take both hands off, so I did, and they couldn't get me off that horse, that bucking bronco, and they had to stop it and slow it down. Then I just dismounted very elegantly, smoothed down my skirt, and walked off. It's one of my proudest moments. I've been looking to see if anyone had the good sense to make a recording of it, but I can't find it, so probably not.
And as you're walking away, the senior guy turned around to his young protege and said, "That there son, that there lady, she'd break your spine with her hips, she would."
That's probably why. That makes so much sense.
There's CCTV footage somewhere of this. Somebody find this.
If you can find it, send it to me. I would absolutely love to see it because I know what happened. They couldn't get me off.
I totally believe that.
And I got off, we got off, if you know what I mean. Although I was only 15, so I wasn't really getting off at that point. Cool. I only snogged.
Snog. That's good. That's Americans. They're like, oh yeah, what does that mean? Oh yes.
It's a very, very English word, snogging.
Yeah,
Did you snog him?
Americans.
No.
Did you get did you get off them? Did you get off of that? And that
so
was
ours is all about basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember? Now
Getting off with was using tongues though. Snogging could be just
French.
Yeah.
Was their tongue? You kissed, but was their tongue?
Did you remember that French kiss?
So awkward. And then remember you try to like spell. You try to be like A, B.
I was 10.
I told you.
I was 10. My
Oh.
first French kiss, I was
Who
10.
by?
Huh?
Who by?
A girl called Tracy Walker.
Hey, don't
and
come
she,
with a second name for God's
she was
watching and be like, oh no. You know, or she might be like, oh yes. But you don't know.
I don't,
to his
mate,
like
listen,
defense, it's a
she
very
was
common
this was pre 2000, so she was a different universe. She might not even exist. She might be a Mandela effect, right? As far as I know. But anyway, her name was her name was Natalie Portman, right? And yeah, and we snogged under the towel. We were at the outdoor pool at the swimming center, and we went under a towel and we snogged with tongues, and then we both got out from under the towel and went because of the thought of sharing saliva for the first time with somebody was still, it felt nice kissing, but then afterwards it was like, oh god, yeah, I've got your saliva in my mouth.
No joke. Me and my best friend made out in front of our friends because we thought we were funny. And then right afterwards, like it wasn't a very long thing. And right afterwards, we were both like, "Oh, what the fuck? That was weird. Like that did not feel right."
It's not the first time I touched tongues with a girl, though. I touched tongues with a girl when I was about 9, and she was 14. I was an early starter, man. What can I say?
Yeah, like you're not alone.
My hormones were burning when I was like 9 or 10 years old.
Unfortunately, there's unfortunate reasons why people start younger. In some cases, not to like steer the conversation in a sad tone, but it's true how prevalent that is.
It's a realistic tone. It's a real tone, and that is what they're taking advantage of. The people that are the pathologicals that are making all these bad, nasty things happen. They're taking advantage of the fact that hormones do start getting involved around 10, 11 years old. And so your innocence can be lost. Like you're innocent until you're about 10 or 11 years old and your hormones kick in and you start, your body starts doing weird things when you see boobies that aren't your mum's. You're all muted, by the way. I didn't do that.
I'm sorry. No, you didn't. I did it to myself. I'm trying to do it to just prevent
look,
it.
nude HD
I know.
XYZ is back.
Yeah.
Right, listen, if anybody notices, they're not bad comments. Like there's a love, the smiley face with the love hearts around
know what
it,
the
and a
problem
smile,
is?
and it's
You
the
know what the
name,
problem is?
nude
It's the name.
HD XYZ. That's the problem, yeah. So,
Oh,
yeah, man.
Get
Yes,
in here.
dude. We've been going,
Lenny.
right? This is why we've been dragging this out for so long, because we knew if we went long enough, you'd be here. So get your ass in here, boy.
Yeah, boy.
What time's we call this, boy?
You know what's weird that I just noticed, you guys, is I'm not sure that the comments are showing up for us in here for both channels.
Yep.
Oh, nope. Yep. Here it is.
Pull through.
Hey, man. I just wanted to acknowledge this because I was looking for the porn comment.
I've already put that comment up.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on it. And after
I was gone.
bringing that comment up, I brought up a bunch of other comments as well afterwards. Because I was
do you
like,
see how much we care? see how much we care.
We do care.
Whack-a-mole.
See, ergo I
Whack-a-mole
am,
with a
mate.
spanner.
Right, ergo I am.
Well, a spanner.
We do care. It's just we get really invested in what we're talking about, and it's like a five-way conversation. And as the show's producers and presenters, we should, and there's only two producers in the show. It's only me and Sarah that can do it. So we are the ones at fault. So I do apologize to the chat room for not engaging with it as much as we should.
Oh,
Bernie is much better at it than and so's Martin. Martin's really good. But
getting something from the producer now.
Yeah.
No, good. Producer says get going.
You glitched there a little bit. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and then it all freezes on me. Timing.
He's like, that was good. That was so good too. I know, right?
Yep, we're good.
I wasn't
Perfect. Well, maybe it's perfect timing. There you go. They're listening in.
Where is he? Come on, where are you, man, Mr.
You know,
Bernard
well, there was a
guy.
question in the audience. In the audience that I see running through a while ago, which was about the kidneys. I think it was Brian because it might have been in capitals. But to detox the kidneys, parsley, like grab a whole bunch of parsley and cover it with water. 10 minutes. Pour that into a big jug and drink a cup of that every day for a week or more. You can keep doing it. Just after a while, boil it up again. Every couple of days.
What about manzana?
And you'll feel that.
Apple cider vinegar as well. Good for the liver.
Cranberry would be good as a support with that if you were going to just do ACV, and you never want to do it for too long. But did you even have to start drinking it after that last incident? You didn't end up just drinking it again, right? You didn't have to. You just got whatever you needed to get out of your body, and you were good, right? Yeah. He had a little kidney thing potentially. We don't know for sure, but we think that's.
Well, I ended up passing a stone or something. So yeah. Yeah. It's fun. It didn't. I mean, it didn't hurt as much as it hurt. What's that? What's going on there?
Do you have another
Oscar Wilde? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
An Oscar Wilde thing of parsley is ghastly, or maybe you should have some parsley, then you won't smell quite so ghastly. I'm definitely going to do the parsley thing. What, do you just get a bundle of it and just shove it in water?
It's only because of it getting stuck in your teeth, isn't it, darling? It's the only reason parsley's ghastly. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that especially when women do it.
Gonna wait till the glitch stops and then make sure it's the curly parsley, right? You know, the not flat lid and stuff, the really.
I remember when I was a kid saying to a woman who was sitting opposite me at a dinner table that parsley stuck in her teeth, and she was really offended because it was actually an emerald.
Weird.
Very
weird. That is hilarious. I would have done the same thing. I would have done the exact same thing.
I would have just said, oh, love, you should have gone for a diamond.
No, I was like 9 years old. What do you want to get at 9 years old to be that, I was already too smart at 9 years old. It was like, don't push your luck.
Have you seen people that have got the top of their gum pierced and they have like hoops going through and sort of, or through the top of their gum, like here, they'll have a hoop. Or the people that have their teeth, they have hoops going through their fucking teeth. So, why is people so determined to tag themselves like that? Like,
well, you could always say, if they say, "What are you looking at?" Say, "I don't know. The label's fallen off." Did you hear me?
You can't hear me laughing because I muted myself so we could hear you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're laughing.
No, I am laughing.
That's what you just, what are you looking at? Don't know. The label's fallen off.
No, it's what is it? Well, I'd say I was looking at a piece of shit, but they don't label shit anymore.
Yes.
Or it's,
well,
no, it's just I don't know. They don't label shit anymore.
We try to make it as discreet as possible.
Where's Bernie? He's got a link, hasn't
What
he?
is Bernie doing? I don't understand.
I just sent it to him.
I think it's probably what he's doing is he's putting some clothes on.
He didn't check his email. If you would have checked your email, it would have said I sent it to you this morning. God.
Jesus, dude. Like, maybe you should check your email, hey?
331.
Probably very in demand.
Send it, he says. Dude, it's in your inbox. It's there already, mate. In the last message from Sarah for the Googles.
And I just put it in the chat. So just click the link. Let's
Absolute
go.
absent.
Let's go to the show.
I watched Brian, I watched these guys out in the sticks in the bayou, and they constructed a platform and everything, and they camouflaged in there, the huge still in there, and a big copper still, and they basically made absinthe. They made poutine, but they put the herbs in to turn it into absinthe, like bergamot and anise and all crazy herbs, and some lemon thing, a lemon herb, and Angel Wings, you can come on. Of course you can. If you got a camera, it really is better if you've got some sort of headset. Don't know where Sarah, but who's just dropped off?
We lost Alex.
Alex just dropped off. Where have you gone, Alex? We can have up to 10 people.
Yeah, we can have up to 10 people, Alex. So please come back, and I'll just be quiet so you guys can chat. But yeah, Angel Wings, if you can come on too, that would be fun. Let's have a party. It's Sunday party. That's, by the way, if we haven't already stressed that, we have
333.
We're gonna do a specific episode with Callum, so he's gonna have his own special episode. But we're also gonna end each Sunday show with a little bit of healing / like we'll have you ask some. I was thinking answer some questions like we've been doing. So do like a Q&A, healing Q&A, and little sesh. And then, but I want to do a special episode for just Callum too. So we'll figure out the topic we want to do on that. And then the other thing though with the Sunday shows is we really want this to be our panel show. We want this to be the opportunity for you guys to come on that have been a part of our community now for a while and tell us your story. And, let's talk about what you are doing or your thoughts, and maybe even if you want to be a part of what we're doing.
We're not going to salt and pepper it. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and bad things that may be. Let's talk about sex.
Oh, look at that beautiful head of hair.
Sniper.
Mr. Squirrel.
That is a beautiful head of hair.
Thank you very much.
Very
it usually
cool,
goes in a bun, but no. Since lockdown, that's it.
It looks very well conditioned, sir. And what I mean by that is not that you use a lot of conditioner, but it's just in very good condition.
I've always had thick hair. Always had thick hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know. It's ever since I went grey at about 14.
Oh, really? Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, really young.
It's more white than grey, dude. It's very Gandalf, white wizard.
Just the colour just completely bleached out of it,
Yeah.
As it were. But all naturally, not peroxide.
That's
It's
beautiful.
it's a little. I was going to say it's when you turn to the side, then you looked a bit like David Lee Roth.
David Lee Roth. Who's
Is
David?
it David Lee Roth?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about
right, aren't I?
what?
When you,
Van Halen? No, who's David?
yeah,
No,
yeah.
Is
Yeah, it's Van Halen.
Targaryen.
yeah.
He looks Targaryen.
Yeah, Targaryen, dude. You could totally be Targaryen. You could be one of the dragon. You know,
Father of dragons.
what
Or
you
brother of
could
dragons.
be. You could be Anisi's
A dragon whisperer.
uncle or something. You know.
Oh, lovely.
That sounds
Yeah,
good.
dragon
Yeah, no.
whisperer. Man.
Dragon whisperer sounds like a good thing on the CV.
I can talk to dragons because I'm a fire snake, so I can still talk to dragons. See.
Well, I'm an Aries, so yeah, it's water and fire. They do mix.
No,
'Cause
no.
it's a great
It's,
thing.
what are you in the Chinese though? What are you in the Chinese one? In the Eastern horoscope?
I think it's an ox, 73.
I'm also an ox, and also I found out I'm a Aries sun sign. I was born in the Taurus, but that's my moon, but I'm an Aries. I knew I always was. Everybody told me that too. They're like, you're not like a Taurus. You're a little different.
Slightly on the board. Yeah, exactly. I'm at the end of March, 27th.
Boom! Here he is. Here he is.
I'm awake.
Hey,
He's awake. Yeah. He's awake. Yeah. All right. How you doing, buddy? Did you sleep well?
I'm good. I slept very good. I slept very well.
Fantastic. How much of the conversation have you heard today?
About this much.
Awesome. So we could just like start all over. This is a completely new show. We've got a new subject. What we'll get
We also haven't physically talked to him. We've mentioned it, and I think you might have heard us talking about Ecuador.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
bro.
down with that.
Bro,
we have it by Chaos Caves so we can get some Father Crespi golden tablets out of the deal?
Listen, dude, right? Stay on. When we stop the stream, stay on, and I'll play you the video.
Okay.
We'll play you the video.
Look, he's wearing the Ruin Babe glasses.
Yes, man.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. You'll see.
Doesn't he
some
look
kind
like
of
he's
foreshadowing.
Say that again. Doesn't he look?
Doesn't he look like he's a little Ecuadorian too, Kevin? Maybe.
Yeah. Put a poncho on him.
Could have a bit of
You are
Ecuadorian.
native. Don't you have native blood in
Throw
you?
a poncho over his,
I'll tell you what. We can listen.
Flute,
We can
pants flute
share
there,
what we've already shared, dude. Get that
Get a little
slideshow up
tequila,
again.
like a
Get
little,
that
like,
slideshow
local
up
tequila.
again, dude. Get that slideshow up again. Show him. Share what we've already shared, so you got some idea of the culture.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring, bro. Unless it's herpes.
And then it's scaring.
Nobody wants
Scaring.
that.
Here we go. Calistoga.
So this is the lake, Bernie. This is the lake that's like next to Otavalo, the town where we're intentionally willing ourselves to be. That's Quito. Lots of old world architecture everywhere down there, but especially Quito. Lots of mudfloods. And here's the girl, and there are the glasses. I was just picking this picture because of the ruins. Really.
That was Kevin.
You want Stuffed Beagle coming after you?
Kevin transitions to Ecuador.
Yeah. See some Inca ruins.
Oh, that's so cool.
We lost Squirrel. Where's Squirrel gone?
The Inca rebuild off of the reset there.
His phone cut out.
Right. The older stuff is down underneath. Big trees.
Porn alert. Porn alert. There's a
Get better
dirty...
Wi-Fi. Come back in.
And you can rappel down the trees with beautiful Ecuadorian girls.
Hi, Noon HD. Are you guys joining the stream?
I'll tell you what. I wouldn't mind rappelling with her. She's really cute.
Oh, this is called Tagua, I think, is the name of this nut. This nut right here, you can see hanging on the beads. That's what all these things are made out of. They're carved out of that nut. And the natural color is like ivory. And it's very abundant. They're not like hurting the environment to get it. There's tons of it.
That is
and
so
it's renewable.
cool.
It's renewable. And they sell it that way. It's like a replacement for ivory. And it's renewable. So it's eco jewelry.
I love it. And I what I was thinking is maybe I could get recycled silver and make when I do make jewelry that way with some of the rocks, you know, like it'll be more of a unique, very special thing for especially some of the ones when I use the Oregon rocks.
I've always wanted to make jewelry.
Yeah, this is something.
Right.
See, this is another thing. This is another example of something we can do. There's infinite so far amount of options.
One of the things that I did when I was living with my cousin Karen, I started carving walking staffs and I started, you know, making little pegs that went into everything that she planted that had. I burnt the names into the pegs and stuff. Just I'd love doing stuff like that. So making jewelry is something that I've always thought about, you know, or not jewelry, talismans, making talismans and
because
proper walking staffs and stuff.
Bernie, you know what this is? You know what this light up is right now, Bernie?
Oh yeah, I want to be making some jewelry that's in Ecuador with the extra coils and nano coatings, so you know it's like jewelry that heals.
Yeah, and another thing, Bernie, the place that we're getting is in between. It's like far away from, but there's five volcanoes in proximity. So I was imagining like your crystal research with all that like magnetic power that's like
that
up there.
Would be fun.
Crazy fun.
We can thermal heat the place. Free electricity, free energy, right there.
So you see that slide that's up right now, Bernie? You see the slide?
Alex, I was so distracted then. I brought you on to show your talisman, and I was so distracted, and then, so I was like, "Whoop!"
So that's
and I see that
zero.
You've adjusted. Do you want to show us the talisman again? Sorry.
So that's 0-0, Bernie. I didn't know if you knew.
It's 100% silver.
Quartz as well, though. That's quartz, isn't it?
Yeah. And
I like that.
That's really nice.
It was made by a rune master called Jungle Eyes Love, who had the very brilliant crystal shop that I worked in when I was younger in Kew Gardens. It was called World Tree Mendas. And he would make these talismans for people. And he made this one for me. I think I paid for it, but I'm not sure if it was a freebie or I paid for it. But he hammered in the runes of ecstasy into it. And it's solid silver, so you can't melt it because it just will dissolve. But you have to hammer it around the crystal.
Beautiful.
Shari, you are incorrigible.
I have loads of crystals here.
A little wake and bake on the Wide Awake show.
We'll have to show us more.
Buy
of
your
your
stiffy stuff and stay erect in the forest. I love it. I love it, man. That's fucking genius right there, that is. Who just popped out?
Nobody. I had, because we had so many. This is cool. This might be like the most amount of people, even though Bernie's on twice, that we've had on.
Bernie's got 2 cameras. I just see Bernie's got his 2 cameras on.
Yeah. It's okay. Look at us all stacked in a row.
Like peas in a pod.
Seriously.
It's pretty cool, man. If you
Yeah,
can maintain a decent conversation, that's pretty darn cool.
It's kind of fun. This is what we want to do. Now we can have more people on.
That is
What
a
a
beautiful
giant
house, that
stack
house.
of beautiful souls.
That was just on. That house is beautiful. The blue house, the yellow.
Oh yeah, this is overlooking Quito right there. Quito's like the capital, so that's the big city.
That looks like you're standing on someone's head.
Oh, so beautiful, right? That was a head. That was totally a head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
go back.
standing on his head. I can see his face. What
That
a way
was
to
not
end up.
pareidolia. That was definitely a carved face.
Never mind standing on the shoulders of giants. You're standing on its head. How rude. I'm joking.
I think there's absolute validity to that.
My guess is that this is
What?
an
100%
exposition
it's the
center.
Titans.
Say that again, mate.
I was thinking this thing might have been built as an exposition center. It's like the remnants of some kind of a World's Fair.
Yeah, it does look like Brazil's Rio de Janeiro fairgrounds, kind of from back in the day.
Right.
It's
Oh
got
my
a very
God, I'm
Turkish
excited.
feel to it.
But they're the same everywhere, aren't they? I mean, it could
Yeah.
be London.
Or Shanghai.
Yeah. Or Japan.
Yeah.
Or
any-
Ecuador.
Or
exactly.
Ecuador.
It's all the same stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we're told in school that, this is from this country and this is from this country and this is the thing and this is, but it's all the same. You've got some differences, but it's pretty much all the same.
You see it in the traditional clothing, in the patterns that they put into the, into their sewing and stuff, and the way they use what's local to the area, that's incorporated into their or
No doubt the airships
into
used
their
to land up here.
lifestyle. Go on.
Airships used to land up there at the top.
Yeah, quite possible.
Yeah.
Looks
Large
like it.
people.
What do you
They
think
look
about
like giant aircraft or airship docks.
what do you think about a self-sustainable airship?
Yeah, Bernie, we were talking about this.
I
Like
think
an airship,
that's
they had
definitely a thing.
had
Definitely a thing.
permaculture inside for like high altitude oxygen production and methane production with animals.
Like an ark.
Yeah, exactly. An ARC.
The airship ark.
ARC. It's the ARC. Popping the ARC.
I'm not sure the air's going to be where we want to be, though. I think we need to go underground.
Well, it'll also be, it'll be multi-dimensional.
I already know there's caves. There's going to be plenty of options for us there.
Yeah.
I already
That's
feel
going
it.
to be
Felt
that's
it right
going to
away.
be that's going to be a channel all on its own. It's going to be us exploring caves and mines.
Hey, we're going to start
The
educating all
underground
the
world.
pets. We're going to start educating all the pets about this bad boy. We don't play with the condor.
Don't play with the what?
No,
Don't
we
play with
respect-
the condors.
We
That's a
respect the
condor.
condor. We
They
respect
have
the
like up
condor.
to 12-foot wingspan, I think, or bigger.
This
But
is-
I think
Yeah.
recently, that's what they
Lazy
told me.
birds.
We have to be careful with our pets because of this, Richie. Like our cats, we're gonna have to be a little bit more hyper aware. of.
Kitty's got to stay on leash, or they're gonna get swooped up.
No, we're gonna have cat condo. We're gonna make a big old cat.
The place is kind of a compound where there's a lot of houses. So, and there's horses and dogs and things like that. So those, like bigger dogs, tend to fend off those, and a lot of people they tend to not have to encroach because there's plenty of food. But it's still good to be aware of.
Are there ticks in Ecuador?
No, not like the little ones we have.
Yeah. There's probably all kinds of insects, and you guys, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be
Just thinking about the dogs. No, I'm thinking about the dogs.
Oh well, hey, dude, we're fine, Richie. Don't even put that intention out there. The dogs will be fine.
Yeah, I kind of think at the high altitude, that's not the one. That's not.
And I know the natural way to keep them at bay. So we will be. It'll be beautiful.
There's the lake, which is totally swimmable. It's beautiful. There's the beach.
That is.
Yeah. Right next to the volcano, man.
I'm gonna be in the water half the time.
Do you know what? I am as well. I'm going to be in the water a lot.
I'm in the trees half the time.
Because
Bernie,
you know what?
That's Vine of the Dead.
Do you know while we've been discussing all of this and thinking about all of this, my imagination has been going places, and it went to one spot where there was no water nearby, and I kind of had a little panic inside. I was like, no, I have to be near a body of water.
You know what you saw? You saw the high desert. You saw the high desert because we're on the edge. We're not quite there, but Peru is like a high desert.
No. Actually, it was thinking of living in. It was actually being more inland in America. You know, ending up in a suburban, spot where there's not like I can't. I don't know. It's like because when I was in Norwich, I hated it. I wasn't close enough to any water because once I'd gone near the water, once I lived on Paros on the island, and you could drive around the island in like 3 hours. You could drive around the whole island in 3 hours. Once I'd done that, I just felt claustrophobic everywhere else. So
Richie, as of right now, there's a chance we might. It looks like we're going to be living on a Christmas tree farm.
Yeah, man. No, I'll do that.
Near a river, near a major river that you can go swimming in. I don't think we're going to be. We may not be here though in time to swim because we might not be here for the summer. We might be in Ecuador by then.
Yeah,
and it feels like
whoa. Hang on a second. Don't forget Wim Hof method. If we're going to start living the Wim Hof method, then we've got to go and take plunges in the ice.
Well, you know what? I like that. I like that.
Canada.
I like that. And hear me out. The other thing too, while we're here, we're going to be immersing ourselves in other techniques because we want to learn as much as we can to take with us. It's not that we can't learn while we're there, but it doesn't hurt for us to immerse ourselves, especially in the microdosing thing, because I think that is one of the main things we're taking with us.
Microdose.
Hey, here's a story I heard. Listen, I got a good one here. When I was living down there in Ibarra, which is the town over, there's this little business there that makes ice, like fruit ice, or it's like ice cream because they pour milk on it sometimes and scrape it. So I was told they get that ice from up in the mountain. They go up to the ice cap up in the high mountain and they cut that block out and they bring it down. And I was told this family
glacial ice in that drink, and that your beverage is chilled.
No, so that family had been doing that business for 800 years, is what I was told.
Wow.
So check it out. Any kind of a city that can have ice cream going on for 800 years, kind of okay.
Yeah, I think they got a good business.
They've had the proper focus, right? You know, let's not tear down the ice cream place.
Imagine how many generations, how many incarnations your soul has experienced that ice in. that
Think how
water.
blessed those souls were. They just reincarnated into the ice cream family.
Some ice cream.
Can you turn your mic? Can Bernie turn up? Or you just wait?
I want some ice cream now.
Oh, mate.
Luca. So what, Bernie? Do you like Ecuador?
I love Ecuador. There's so many hidden pyramids in Ecuador. There's
Toltec.
Yeah, the Toltec, the Olmec, the Chaos Caves, the Father Crespi connection.
Oh yeah, we were looking at Father Crespi, weren't we?
We were. We love Father Crespi stuff.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's the episode we should do for you, Bernie, and with Kevin, because he knows. You guys can talk about that to.
We
to a deep
should.
extent. Okay, cool.
The golden tablets of Father Crespi.
Yeah, and Kevin? What were you telling us on your belief that you think he ended up in Ecuador or something?
What, Father Crespi?
Yeah, right. That he survived, or explain that. Sorry.
No, I don't think that was me saying that, but
Oh.
yeah.
I misinterpreted that. That's what it was, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I saw some artifacts in Ecuador from my, the adopted family I have there that were like crazy. Like they had a skull that had evidence of brain surgery. Like,
That's intense.
a piece of
Well,
skull
that's
was removed and
like the
replaced
Roman
and
tool.
healed.
You've heard about the Roman tool that removes cataracts that they discovered. That it goes in and it can just like hook onto the cataract and then pull it out. It out. Yeah.
Wow.
I hadn't heard of that.
That's intense.
Oh, cool. I don't give new facts often, but sometimes.
I would argue as to the validity of it being Roman because I don't believe in the Roman narrative, but it's from that. It's from prehistory.
Well,
Like,
Roman, hence nomadic, hence the Golden Horde. Tartarians.
Morgan,
they were
you
Roman,
need to.
because they were nomadic.
I was just seeing what Squirrel Sniper was saying about wasn't the Celestine. Well, he said tablets, but I knew it as the Celestine prophecy. But I don't know if that,
Celestine prophecy, as I've read them.
Yeah, but wasn't that set in Ecuador? That's what he was asking.
Ecuador.
Sorry, everyone. I gotta go. I gotta give Amber a ride to work, but I can tune in from my phone, so maybe I'll still be on this whole time.
Cool.
Give me a few minutes.
Do it.
No
Do
worries.
it.
We'll take multiple, Bernie. Take what we can
I've
get.
got to mop up this water that I've just spilled everywhere.
We'll have a Bernie special though, no doubt. We'll have several of those. We are planning in part of the fundraiser, so like we're right now, guys, just so you kind of get an idea. Like I think I started talking about this, but our plan of action is to get a PMA going, and as we're doing that, we're gonna like create like a website, that's set up with goals, and so like part of it, you're gonna get if you buy into this, then there's a certain, there'll be certain options available for you, obviously, and there's obviously some people that we already know personally that we would be looking if you were interested to collaborate. That's a little bit of a different situation, but to fundraise this, we feel like that's one of the best things is to say, okay, if you help us now, then the idea is that you will have like a significantly discounted rate to come for a healing session in whatever capacity that means. There was something else I was going to say and I totally forgot now, but anyway. Plug that out there again.
I haven't heard of that Celestine tablets about Ecuador.
I had not heard that either.
I was going to say, because I've been, in the chat rooms and everything for probably over a year or so now. And you always notice like certain people who are moderators or in the chats, and Squirrel Sniper has always been one of them. And it was really weird to think that I was actually going to see him or her, because I didn't know if it was a male or a female actually. And when you meet like a hero, so they say, you know, you'll always be disappointed. And it's really interesting because I was really thinking about what he might look like, because once I realized it was a man, and then when he came on, it was like, oh wow, you look like that. That makes sense. I just wanted to say I was really impressed with, you know, the hair, and you know,
We all are.
Yeah, man.
yeah, it's
It's got a similar.
He looks like a wizard.
Yes, like a hot wizard.
I see we
I've already got a
need
man,
HD,
so I'm
but
not looking at anyone for their hotness. But you know,
I know, but
doesn't stop
I
me
don't
from
have to
being
be in love with you to
aesthetically-
find you attractive either. I'm just saying.
Exactly. It's very aesthetically pleasing.
Exactly.
But because you know, when he's online, you know, you see him in his personality, just on his writing. But you know, a lot can get lost in translation, so you wouldn't really know. But then when you see the person in, you know, the real life, you know, although it's not.
I thought he was in his 30s. When I used to before I met him, I thought he was in his 30s.
Yeah, it's really interesting isn't it? How men always go to the age, and you know, women go to, you know, the sensation or the feeling.
Oh, big time.
Men use
Big
the
time.
logic, and women use something else entirely.
A man can actually like transform in front of a woman just based on how their personality like comes out. So like something that somebody we would be like, oh no, I'm so not attracted. All of a sudden, like when we see this whole other side, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it can just grow a beard. It's like, oh shit, look at that.
But I also think, you know, what I was saying before about, you know, it's a constant series of negotiations. So you might have like the initial or first attraction, but
Relationship, yeah.
will it last? You know,
It's a relationship.
yeah.
It's compromised,
you have to have, you know,
which is
that's the beauty of where I'm at right now. It's like there is a total disconnect that has never been there before, and it's so rewarding to know that I know exactly. You know, I know exactly what I would be looking for if it was to happen, and I'm putting no expectation on that whatsoever. There's absolutely
Rincewind in the house.
Oh, look at our wizard.
That's Rincewind. That is.
Okay.
Rincewind the wizard.
You have the hat now. You need to get the glasses and take that photo for me because I need to get your thumbnail going, please.
Actually, really, he's more of a Dumbledore. He's like a young Dumbledore.
Oh, I love it. Callum, but seriously, I actually would like a headshot regardless, so I can make some fun Sunday show flyers with you and with the dude glasses. So we need the dude glasses and this hat. Yes. This world is complete. I'm just kidding. We need to get I was thinking about this the other day. I had watched Sonia's video about this doorway thing, and I almost feel like I was shown in a doorway situation, and I was like, I should just walk through it right now. Like, why not? Right. But then I didn't think about the fact that none of you would know. Nobody would know where I went. Nobody would understand it. I would have just disappeared one day. Right. And so me and my dogs, right, just on a walk, disappeared. So regardless, what was funny is as I was doing the walk, it was like my brain completely diverted me to the point I completely forgot until I'd walked past it. I would have had to like turn around to, you know, so sorry, it's kind of a random thing, but I just found that like topic kind of interesting to think about. So if any of you see it, let us know before you go so that we can do a little experiment with that.
You now absolutely have to burn one.
I also was like, I feel like I have to go to Ecuador, so I'm not supposed to walk through this door. Ecuador.
The thing is, would you really want to?
Do I really want to? Is that what you said?
The door.
No, not yet. If I have the opportunity.
I don't think I ever really would want to. You know.
Well, it
Depends what's
depends.
on the other side of the door, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
Fine if you can
Depends.
see them, but you know, the people that you love, like you know, thought about yourself, you know, they're here. I caused a great deal of offense to somebody who, on one of the other channels, has been very unbelieving of me wanting to stay because everyone's looking for a way out. I'm not at all. There's no way out for me. There's only through.
I'm not looking for a way out.
That's beautiful. And honestly, like Richie has kind of confirmed to me that that's not necessarily how it's going to happen or what's going to happen. So I'm 100% ready and open. And I know now I asked for this. I asked to be immersed in this, in that culture right there with that, you know, whether it's a grandmother or a mother holding that child, but just to be involved in that whole movement and that, and be immersed in that. I wanted that my whole life. This is like, if this happens, it's like, this makes so much sense to me. When it happens, this makes so much sense to me.
Right.
Sorry, how emotional I got. We've all actually, that's the other thing that we all said. It's like, we're excited, but we're kind of calm excited. And we've all individually gotten a little emotional about this as we've talked about it, thinking that this whole divine timing, it's crazy to talk about. I've not been one to be fully open to that, but it just is. The signs are there every day.
I've been on board with divine timing for quite a long time now. I always know divine timing at the end of the day. That's what I think. That's why I'm always able to relax, because I just, that's what I'd say is divine timing. It's not, you know, I just got to shut up and wait. It will happen when it happens.
My
And
mum
it's
always
divine
used
timing.
to say, it's a wait and see pie. Every time he'd say, when is dinner ready? Wait and see pie. When are we there? Wait and see pie. When? Wait and see pie. So
My mum used to say shit and sugar, duck under the table and air pie, and shut up. We'll be there when we get there. Duck under the table and air pie. That was always a good one. Like, what the fuck? What? Duck under the table and air pie.
Every year we would have to go visit my family in the UK, and I would say, "Mom, my arms are tired." And she'd say, "Shut up and swim."
Look at that, man. Love you too, Bernie. We'll go and take a swim in this lake, mate.
Oh, hell yeah. Morgan, you are so sweet,
Please,
by
Bernie.
the way. I want to say this really quick. Sorry. You've always been very complimentary on my photographs. Really appreciate that. So thank you. Oops. I was trying to hide that. There we go.
Oh, well, I was just putting that up, see.
Oh, okay. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
did Sarah take that photograph?
Say that again, Aaron.
Did Sarah take that photograph?
No, not these ones. But Sarah takes, she's got loads on her Instagram. She's got some really beautiful photos, and she's got some lovely photos. Who's in control of this? Is this, have you got this going, Kev?
Okay, hold on. I just got a message from Frank and figured out how to add him. So,
there we go, Bernie.
yeah,
Can
let
you
me see if I can add him in WhatsApp.
I'm driving, so I'm not going to say a lot for a little bit.
Oh, no worries, dude. No worries. Let's see some. Oh, you could actually, these pictures were all for your benefit, Bernie. So we.
I can see them.
No. You're driving, so that's what I'm saying. There you go. I'm taking them out. You're driving.
Okay,
we'll come back.
Amber
We'll come back
watched
with them later. And also, how you doing, Amber? We're gonna show you the video afterwards, because we're not going to show it to the public yet, but you can have a watch. Man, I spilled more water than I realised. You're muted, Sarah, if you're talking.
No, sorry, and I didn't hear you if you said anything because I didn't have my headphones in.
Well, I mean, I feel like we've kind of come here. We haven't really got anything. Oh, look, Nude HD's back.
She made a comment, and I thought it meant she might want to come in.
Who's
Oh
that?
yeah, no,
Angel
gotta
Wing.
wait. Yeah, Angel
Oh
Wings
yeah,
was getting
yeah,
ready.
Angel Wings.
Yeah, we'll hang out for a bit.
We'll hang out for
and if
Angel, definitely.
what we'll do, Kevin? Let's see if we can pin Frank or mentally right now. We can think about like 1 o'clock, so we have a little time to chill after the stream before we.
Okay, Sarah, if you just add 593 to that number, maybe it'll work. So why don't you try that on your end?
And in the beginning of it, you mean 593 to the beginning?
Yep, 593.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
I'm just popping you on mute, Alex, because of the crisps. Where is Angel Wings? Is she? I haven't seen in the chat for a little bit.
Okay, it's also said Skype will work so we can talk like on phone, like with speaker.
Perfect.
Here we go. Boom!
Woo!
Angel Wings, how you doing?
Hello.
Brilliant to see you, man. Absolutely awesome to meet you.
Yeah.
Face to face.
Yeah, I finally got on. My kid was being a pain in the butt. I had to do the morning ritual of make me breakfast all morning.
All morning, that's sweet.
So did you finally gave him a break?
Yeah.
It's how many do you have? How many kids? How many children do you have?
Oh, I just have I have one. You can kind of see her in the background there with her TV.
Oh yeah. Cool, man. I used to eat my parents out of house at home when I was young.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's only
sorry.
10 and she eats more than everybody here.
Bernie, dude.
Low Ryan.
Yeah.
All fine.
This is the most people we've had on our
Like,
stream. This is the most people we've ever had on our stream, man.
It's almost a full Brady Bunch, right?
This is kind of very
You off a
exciting.
Brady Bunch.
So,
Yeah.
since Angel Wing, since it is your first time on, not to put you on the
It's a
spotlight or
full
anything. I know you were from Wisconsin, but I know you told me obviously you're very into the healing and holistic because you've obviously contributed a lot in the chat with some great ideas and commentary. So, can you give us a little bit of backstory on how you kind of came into that, or is there a story, or just maybe just tell us about some of the stuff you messed around.
Well, it's pretty. It's fascinating, actually. Well, my whole life since I was a kid, I knew I was something special, and I always knew. I saw through everything. I saw through all the BS. I saw through so many things. It gets frustrating because I was 8 and I told my mom money's not real. It has no value. I knew things that people, just kids don't know. And other, we're always taught to be something the total opposite of what we really are.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I get that.
I actually had my own demonic encounter with someone being possessed, and I actually told him off. It was weird. It was a odd experience because I wasn't fully awake to what I was until recently, like a couple of years ago. Yeah. And then it's like it connects all the dots and puts everything in line, and then you're like, wow, that's why that happened.
Yep, exactly.
Because literally, I didn't explode with all this knowledge until 2020 when the pandemic hit, when everyone started slowly waking up, had too much time to look up everything.
Yeah. That's when things connected. That's actually when I made the final connections myself. So you're dead on, and it was through YouTube, and it was like listening to me. It was a series of listening to channels I would have never opened my mind up to, but I thought I should explore this. and then correlating it with like either stuff I'd already listened to or like again like alternative, and that's where I always talk about the circle thing. You know, it all comes back around. I love it.
That's and that's where like that like me, I sort of did that back in 2013, and I was really frustrated. In fact, it was before then, in 2009, when I first started sharing stuff about chemtrails and just like filming them and the observations that I was making, just saying, look, these are not natural, these are not real. And it was all on Facebook. And the frustration because of the responses that I would get on Facebook, just telling me I was a nut job conspiracy theorist. And then they started downranking all of my stuff. And so like what you're talking about, frustration, it's been really frustrating. So it's been really nice when the pandemic hit. Me and Roxanne already had the show running for about a year when the pandemic hit, and we said to each other, this is awesome because this is giving people the time to look into stuff, you know, and it's given them the interest as well. There's suddenly that, because I think these downloads, it's not just people there's not just truthers that are searching and asking for information that are getting the downloads. I think everybody gets the download. It's just those of us that are aware of it, you know, or those of us that just brush
Everyone
it
gets
off
the
and
choice, put it that way.
yeah.
And with what MythoClass wrote, it sort of explains this all and why we've been seen as weird or like, you know, why, you know, we do have friends. We did have groups of friends, but maybe we were the oddball one out. Like, oh, that crazy Sarah. I'm always like crazy Aunt Sarah. Yep. Fuck yeah.
Yep, that's me. Crazy Jamie.
That's great.
Crazy Callum.
Your
KK.
Jamie.
Rhymes.
Yeah, I was named after the Bionic Woman.
Well, okay, that's how. That just like, ooh, I got tingles. That's just like that's a warrior tribute right there, right?
That's
We're all
weird.
warriors.
The Bionic Woman. The Bionic Woman was my wet nurse.
See, my family called me Bionic Man when I came out of hospital because I had titanium in my legs and stuff. So they called me Bionic Man.
I am pretty strong in a lot of areas.
You want to know? You know what I just
not just physically. I say not just physically.
Yeah,
You're not just
yeah.
physically strong. You're emotionally strong, spiritually strong.
Yeah.
Emotionally intelligent, spiritually intelligent. Like you're balanced. You're, and that's where we're all trying to get, isn't it? That's seeing outside of their paradigms.
It's hard
finding
work.
balance. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard work.
Holy crap, it's hard work. And the problem is if you're not awake, it's even harder. When you get awake, you're like, then you just get like, you get annoyed at getting annoyed, and you're supposed to be nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself. Don't get frustrated like with my poor dog, you know, like I've talked about this, like it's so, I have to not lose patience every second of the day and try to not be rushed. It is actually a great, when it comes down to it, I feel good. I feel a lot better because I'm forced to have to become more patient and deal with it in a calmer way, you know.
Yeah, and I have all sorts of crystals.
That's a big bit of quartz.
Now is showing off your rock collection. So Alex, get your rock collection ready, please too. Everybody get your crystals ready if we haven't seen that. Bernie, I'll have you do that.
Oh, and then I got a tourmaline.
Oh, I love tourmaline. You know what? One of my favorite is the dark teal tourmaline. Is that kind of a purpley or is that black?
It's
black. That looks like charcoal, man. That looks like coal.
And it's funny. I've
Cool.
all the crystals I have, I power them myself with my own energy, and I make them shine. They're extra shiny more than normal.
That's another bit of quartz.
Oh, I have, you know, and the other thing I haven't done is I haven't like charged them in the new moon, full moon, and I was like the other day I had the perfect setup, so I need to make sure I do that.
This is selenite.
Yeah, selenite.
Selenite.
Thank you.
Shungite. This protects against a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I have a shungite ring. I gave some. I need to get more shungite.
Then I forget what this one is, but It's really.
It's a quartz mix, maybe like a.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, that's something else. That's interesting. Beautiful.
Yeah. I have so much. I have almost too much light in my house. It's hard to like catch the bling.
Yeah. Only because it's white, so it's just getting whited
Yeah.
out. But it's still. I know. I already know it looks really
Yeah, this
cool.
is Howlite. Howlite.
Interesting.
Then I got their rose quartz.
Emotion
helps with balancing emotions and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, and then my sandstone.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And I have this one's pretty fancy. Even though it's tiny, it's a moldavite.
Moldavite, that's good. Moldavite is very good.
It's powerful.
Yes, very powerful. What's his name?
Another one.
Oh God, there's a channel I follow that does that talks about moldavite.
Richie,
yes, he
is
talks about it a
concrete
lot.
jungle enough for you?
Moldavite.
Are you showing us? Oh, real quick. I'm gonna.
Oh, there's the city.
I'm gonna show Jamie. I'm gonna show Bernie's thing real quick, and then we'll come back to you real quick.
Okay.
This is Bernie showing us Canada. What is this? Ottawa? No. Where do you? Calgary,
Alberta.
Calgary. What that reminds me of, dude.
That's Milwaukee. That looks like freaking Milwaukee.
Yeah, if I lived there, that would depress me.
Now.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't live there.
That's why you live on the outside.
Tom, I see high rises.
Hey, this is all a transition. This is all a transition.
We're coming up to a detour. It's Calgary's gay parade today.
Oh wow!
Who wants to see the gay parade?
You got the.
Woo!
You got.
Oh, we're
the
gonna drive
parade.
past it. Okay.
Are we gonna drive past it?
Yeah. Show us live Calgary gay
Oh,
parade.
brilliant, dude.
Oh, that's why you wore the glasses. You're in the parade?
Just remember, man, pride comes before the fall.
He's the
You're
pride rider.
on the wrong
Actually,
side of the road, Bernie.
Yeah, you could be making some extra bucks right now, Bernie. You could be a pride ride. Pride ride taxi service. And I've got good friends that are gay. I'm not.
I've got my stones out.
I'm acid on bike.
I keep them. I keep mine down nearby too, and I want to look more into my Nanumite. I can never fucking say it.
I know some the crystals are so hard to say what they are. They're crazy. It's like who named them?
And I already have a hard time. I'm like, what's the? I think Helms.
Did I just see police? Did I just see the popo?
Oh yeah, there's the those the police and the
Don't
police.
get pulled over. Don't get pulled over.
I'm holding it.
Amber's got it. Amber's got it. We're good.
He's fine, man. That's why he wore the glasses.
Hey, Amber,
Cool.
how you doing?
They're just going to smile at us. They're just going to be like, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to get nice and close for everyone to see.
Is the train closed?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm trying. So Stephen Avenue, we should be able to.
Yeah.
We can get close anyway. You might have to drop me off and go park somewhere that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you're still on solo, man. We got you. You got you front and center.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is there protesting going on? No.
Did they surround the Parliament building?
Oh,
The
it looks like
trouble
it's
is-
just crazy. It looks like it's really popular.
The thing is, like, being gay, it's not about being gay anymore, is it? And it's all been confused by You know,
Yeah.
well, what is gay now? Because you've got people that think that they're dogs and cats. Like,
Well, so the establishment has done this over and over, where they prey on groups that feel like they're underrepresented, and the politicians come in and they say, "Hey, we got this great plan. Come on, join us, and we'll get this done." And they never do, and eventually those groups end up suffering. I mean, that, in history, that's historically what's happened.
yeah. How close is the parade? Is it the other side there? Is that it over there? Got no sound going on.
Yeah, I can only hear you, Richie.
Say again.
We
You're
were
the
one
only one I
block
can
over
hear.
from the parade. It's a
Say
pretty
that
big
again.
parade.
Yeah.
Are you driving parallel to it? Can't hear you, bro. He's muted.
I think you got muted again.
Yeah, I'm muting myself out. Yeah, we are driving parallel to it.
Right.
Okay.
Right, cool.
Cool.
Well, we'll come back when we see it. We'll bring you back into the.
We lost.
Yeah,
Dropped out on us. Come back in if you want.
Who's dropped out?
Alex, she said she don't know
Oh.
what happened. If you need
Right.
the link, just let me know.
So here we go. Look, here's my stones. I got.
You've already seen all mine, pretty much all mine. And
I got full-
if Jamie, if you have more, we'll let's finish showing
Yeah,
yours.
I got more. I got a lot.
Oh, you show the rest of yours. Show the rest of yours then first.
Oh, you can. Okay.
You're on the spotlight, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is that? It's got.
This is,
oh.
well, it's let's see if I could get.
There you go.
See,
There you go.
there.
Yeah.
It's the chakras. It charges crystals.
Callum, that sounded funny. Like, yeah, turn there, yeah.
I like it. I want to shine a light through that.
Yeah, baby.
I want to shine a light through that.
Yeah, baby. Shine that light on it.
A light right at the bottom of, or
turn
on
it
the
around.
sides of it.
Yeah.
Through it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. That's the way.
Fun. It's really cool. I love it.
Yeah.
Give it a little twist there, honey.
Show it
Just
again.
give it a little
Show it again
twist.
one more time.
Now we know how to get the boys excited.
Oh, two. You've got two of them.
Yeah,
Ooh.
see, this is the same as this one, but this is a
Oh.
wand, a long wand instead.
Word.
Wow.
Very cool.
And then I have
Oh,
It's getting close to the microphone.
there's Sarah overstepping the boundaries again. I thought we could sort it out. It's just how it keeps happening.
Crystal's
this
out.
is they call this
Crystal's out.
they call this pre-night.
What's that?
Pre-night. It's good for energy flow and a lot of other things. It does a lot.
I'll tell you what. It looks like a bloody hurt if you sat on it though.
It looks a lot like
That one's
my
glowing.
fluorite because
Yeah.
mine has that
Glowing, look at
energy
that.
flow in it.
That
Hold on.
would bloody hurt if you sat on it. If it
Oh,
was-
Jamie, let me show you my little. This is my fluorite. It's got purple
Ooh.
and green in it, and it's got. And then it's if you look, you can see the banding in it, so you can
Mhm.
see part of the flow.
So you know,
Yeah.
like they're like mini obelisks, yeah. And you know, that, like
That's
the
cool.
obelisk, the
That's a
obelisk
nice
is
crystal.
supposed to. The
Right?
obelisk is supposed to represent the penis of Isis, right? So really, you've just got lots of small penises that you're
Oh.
holding onto right there.
Jamie, name this stone. I bet you knew it right away. Oh wait, it's kind of blurry. Hold on, let me get it up to the camera better.
Is that a
Name
tiger
that.
eye?
No, it's
I've got tiger eye.
This is from Mexico. That was a pretty big hit.
Oh, that's neat.
It's crazy lace agate.
Oh,
It may be
agate.
hard to see. But have you heard of
Actually-
crazy lace agate? It's so cool.
This is some type of agate. This is what I was
Hold on,
showing. This one.
Let me pull you up, not myself anymore. Oh,
That-
okay,
that
yeah. I was
one's
trying to
a
figure out
type of agate.
Is it a dendritic? Do you know if there's like some dendrite in that? It looks
Probably.
like it could be. I think that's what it. When I was like, I know I can't quite see it right. Ooh, what's that, Rich? Oh, is that your tiger's eye?
That's my
Ooh.
tiger's eye right
That's
there.
good for balance.
Yes.
It balances your energy.
Oh, we got a wand. Look at this.
Let's
Ready
go.
for this?
Go on, burn out.
Ooh. You gotta make me one of those. I want one.
Oh yeah.
I can see some copper wire. We got
Bernie
copper.
brings out the copper
Oh,
wire.
Bertie, I can't wait to have this. Like, because my whole idea would be to build you a research lab in Ecuador.
Ecuador.
Yes, please. Please, research lab for me in Ecuador.
Ecuador? What is that? Is that blue? Is that blue in that?
Yeah, it's blue.
Was that Lapras? No,
Oh.
that's a darker blue.
Remember.
It looks pretty dark. Lapras, I think it is.
Lapis lazuli.
Ooh. Well, what is? Hold on, now we gotta see what Callum's showing us real quick. But don't forget to tell us. What is that?
That's kyanite.
Ooh.
That's my kryptonite. Kyanite.
I got some too.
Oh, you do. Look at that. You guys,
Green.
this is so much fun
So
right
that's
now.
a blue kyanite. Yep.
Woo!
Hey, guys, all my
It's
stuff is packed
turgentine.
away. I got this.
Turgentine. This is
This is all I
turgentine.
have.
Really quick. I'm coming back to you, Kevin. Come back to you.
Okay.
Show us one more time. What is that called? One more time, Richie.
Oh no, it's not turgentine actually. No, I'm wrong. This is
What is it?
turgentine. This one's turgentine.
Okay, yeah, like turquoise. What's the other one though that you were showing? What is that?
I don't know. I think
Okay.
it's.
I want to know because it looks like porcelain, right? It almost looks like like Oriental porcelain. Okay, while you find that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Kevin. Kevin, what do you got? Ooh, what is that on top? Ooh,
It's like a sort of dream catcher type.
is that a
thing.
coil, like an energy coil setup?
This is like a sucker punch. Is what it's called. I kind of modified it with that little collector on it or transmitter, whichever will.
Yeah.
And the back of it connects to a pulse generator, but I don't have that part yet. I need to build that.
You hearing this, folks? This is what we're going to be doing. Come on.
Is Bernie looking? Bernie? You see this, Bernie?
Ooh.
It's a sucker
I like
punch.
it.
It's a modified sucker punch.
All right.
All right.
Richie, did you want to show me something else? Sorry.
I can't remember what it's called. It's a desert rose or something.
Interesting.
It's like a bit of coral. It's like a little bit of coral. I got all these things. See, I got purple amethyst. I don't know what it is, but it's black.
Beautiful. Oh,
obsidian.
Right.
Rose quartz. And then got this one. What's yellow?
Or hematite.
Don't know.
Pyrite.
And I
Or
got this one. What looks like metal, but it is not though.
hematite.
I have a bracelet out of that.
And then got this one. What looks like a little poopy that you did. That.
Hematite bracelet.
Ooh.
Then your chakras help
Yeah.
keep you balanced.
Yeah.
That's what these are. These are chakras. The chakra
Oh yeah,
stones.
the chakras. Show the last one, Richie. Sorry.
Oh, the one that looks like a little bit of poopy.
Okay, I'm going back to Jamie. Do you have more you want to show us?
Yeah.
Oh no, one more. This one's really cool. One more. Sorry, this one's really cool.
My turn, please. Let me show.
Look. It's like an equal egg, and it's got a
Oh,
Z
I
on it.
love this one. This one's one of my favorites because it looks like like a type of picture jasper. Picture jasper is one of my favorites.
I call it a
that's neat.
Zorro stone. It's my Zorro stone.
Ooh. Okay. we're
Sorry.
back.
Sorry.
You're
Andy.
okay. It's okay, Richie. No, it's okay.
Of all these, this is my favorite. This is Seraphinite.
Ooh, that
That's
looks a
nice.
lot like a type of jade almost. Like, what's that? It almost sounds like what you just said, but it's an S one and it's not as hard. It won't. Okay, never mind. I can't think of it, so that's ruining it. But that reminds. Oh, a serpentine. It almost reminds me of serpentine, like mixed, and because jade can kind of have a look, and then anyway, it can't get as hard as what you're holding though. That's beautiful. Where's that from? Do you know?
Well, I got it from somewhere online.
Okay, no, I mean, sorry, I meant like if you know what part of the stone comes from in the country, like in the world. No.
I don't remember. It's been a while.
It's okay. I don't remember them all either. Okay, so but
yeah,
like,
this is like helps with seraphim energy.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, keep showing us.
Then I have this aquamarine.
Oh yes. Oh, that's a nice chunk.
It was expensive.
Like, well, I was about to say, because that's like the new engagement stone. Like people who are trying not to do diamonds, they go to aquamarine sometimes.
That's really cool.
And actually, oh wait, malachite.
Ooh. Malachite, that's nice.
I love malachite. It's so swirly and green.
Malachi is a name from the Bible. Malachi was someone in the Bible, wasn't he? Malachi was in the, I think he's in the Hebrew. That's beautiful. I love that. That's from a oh God, I'd love to find one of them and crack it open. It's got a name. It's got
geode.
They've geode. That's it.
Oh yeah,
geode, not GI.
Geode, yeah, geode. That oh, that's oh God, what's it called?
Oh, nice. I do not have
got
ornament type
orgonite.
Yep.
Orgonite. That's it.
Yep.
I definitely keep this one cleansed and purified because the negative, it's powerful, but it also works with both energies, negative and positive. So you got to keep it cleansed so it stays positive.
How do you cleanse it?
Yeah. Oh, I just set it in my salt thing over there and let it absorb and remove all the negative energy.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah, you have to use salt. You have to use salt, man. You have to use
but
salt.
also blue kyanite. Blue kyanite is an excellent cleansing stone. You can actually cleanse a stone in the same. It's part of its nature. So when you don't have time to do salt, or in between your salt cleansings, you can use blue kyanite.
Oh. And then I got these.
Cool.
And I have these things on my phone.
What is that?
It's almost like an organite type structure to. Yeah, it's like a sticker. It goes on the back of your phone.
Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Stuff we can easily make. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I love those.
Well, we can use the 3D printer to design the molds.
Wow.
I really like those. Those are beautiful. They look like, they were made to mimic real stones.
This Zorro stone is actually a Shiva lingam. It's a lingam stone.
Alex, did you have rocks you
look.
wanted to show us?
I
didn't know if you had them anywhere nearby.
Quite a few. I'm just
Quite a
worried
few.
the thing's going to switch off, but I'll show you.
Okay.
If it switches off, I'll just come back.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Do that. Yeah.
Right, I'm getting up.
I got one last special one to show. I had to keep it in a plastic.
Rose quartz.
I keep it because you don't want to touch it too much. It's got mercury in it. It's cinnabar.
Yeah. You can actually find cinnabar in Oregon, and they tell you have to be careful when you're rock hunting for it. Sorry, I'm going to cough.
You're freezing up there, Callum, dude.
Oh, what's that? That looks like a type of jasper.
Do you know what that looks like to me? That looks like something that, what's his name, Mud Fossil University would go nuts over. Like a piece of heart that's been like because it looks
Mhm.
like blood, doesn't it? That looks flesh. It looks fleshy.
Yeah, this is my piece of cinnabar.
Cinnabar is like frankincense and myrrh, isn't it? And cinnabar is what's that you got there?
Is it calcite?
These are the ones because I'm at my mother's house, so these are just the ones I've brought with me. These are from just milky quartz. My entire hill is made out of this where I live, so I just bring the ones that I use.
I like that milky quartz. That's what. Okay, so that is like, if you think about it too, that's what jasper and agates are. Like agates are colorized quartz crystals, and jasper is colorized like milky quartz in a way, if that makes sense. And it's mixed in obviously with like natural substances to give it that color. But like in Oregon, one of the coolest agates is moss. It's called moss agate because there's literally moss.
Moss agate is so cool.
Oh, it's my favorite. I
complete-
have a necklace I wear all the time.
And in complete contrast, show us those skyscrapers again, dude. I'll just show us those skyscrapers again.
Yeah.
Skyscrapers. Woo! We're in the concrete jungle.
Hold on a second. Oop.
Downtown Calgary.
Sorry.
Can you see the top of that big mirror building? I want to see the top of that big mirror building, man. I'd love to base jump off that.
Wow.
Base jump off that big mirror.
Biggest, tallest building right there.
You talk about Black Mirror.
Wow.
And they've got an obelisk type feel to them, don't they?
Yeah.
Mhm.
For sure.
They're definitely, I think what it is just men that have got it's men with penis envy that design these great big tall buildings.
Probably.
It is, man.
One giant phallic structure.
German.
And now we're off to the gay parade. Woo!
You're gonna take us in? Are you gonna ask questions even?
Yeah, I'm walking right up for everybody to see.
Thank you, Bernie.
I've always wanted to go to a gay parade.
You're more than welcome, right? Who doesn't want to go to the gay parade? It's gonna be a fun time.
I mean, yeah, I think back in the 80s they were, or certainly in the 90s, they weren't quite as flamboyant as they are today.
Right? Today it's just pure fire. As flamboyant as you can get.
Yeah. Good music, though.
Copyright.
They have the best. Honest to God, gay club's best music ever.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Absolutely true, man.
Not my son.
Because they're not afraid to dance, man. Gay men are not afraid to dance, whereas a lot of other men are afraid to, aren't they? Because they're like, just hold my pint, man. I'm just gonna.
Seems like a requirement nowadays.
Yeah, man.
Dude,
dude, you've got to be able to twerk. If you can't twerk, then you're no one.
Yep.
Twerk, and what's that other one? The sort of shimmy shake thing. Where you going like that?
I know there's the Bernie dance. You should play a video of the famous Bernie dance.
The Bernie dance. If you got that,
It's not me. It's the Bernie dance. It's like I don't know. You're like seizuring while standing or something.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is, but I'll do it.
The penis envy is definitely real, though. You are absolutely 100 on that. Hey.
We are one block away from the gay parade, my friends. One block.
Come on. We're just one block away.
Any final parting words at 44455?
away.
Just one.
Wow, 444. Look
I'm
at
gonna
that.
shake that booty. Woo! Woo!
Turn it up, man.
Here we go, putting you on the
Oh,
spot.
we're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Sons of
YMCA.
Sons of the Escapade.
Do. Oh, they're parading. They're parading.
Dude, I've just got to say, you are a genius. You're just a genius. Those glasses. Did you know that the gay parade was on today? And that's why you wore the glasses? Or are you just a natural chameleon?
Oh, the cheering's getting loud now.
Yeah, he can't hear us anymore.
I want to see how many men in spandex there are.
Oh, we're getting right up personal and close. Calgary 2022 Gay Parade. All right.
Can we have an interview? Can we have an interview with law enforcement? See if they're wearing high heels. Ask them if they've done the Macarena yet.
We got some rainbows galore. I love rainbows.
Hey, Macarena. Aye. Wow, these people look really engaged. Wow. Wow. Hang on a second. Are we at the gay parade or are we at the Land of the Walking Dead? Come on. Oh, look at that. He's got us right to the front. You got us right to the front, man. Do you know what we need to do? We all need to mute up and
Hey, we got Justin's liberals. Support Justin Trudeau. Calgary, we can't hear you. So as you can see, Calgary is quite flamboyant.
I love the traffic jam.
Look like someone nicked Squirrel Sniper's hair.
Oh, now we have the new Democrat Party. They're an orange rainbow.
Right. That's Illuminati confirmed right there. That's 33, that is. Orange is 33.
Oh, we've got one COVID masker.
Oh, God.
And he's spraying stuff on people.
What is he spraying? I'd want to punch him in the face if he sprayed anything on me.
It's glitter. Calm down.
I don't care. I don't consent to that. I don't consent
Well, then
to
don't walk in
glitter.
front of it. Just calm down a little bit, all right?
I'll be safe in my pimp outfit.
I wouldn't get anywhere fucking near this rally, so I don't think I've got anything to worry
Well,
about.
you know, one thing I'm not seeing is a bunch of exploitation of drag queenage. So if this is just a neutral,
No. If this is just a
Right,
gay
this is what
parade,
I
this
want-
is cool.
This is what I want to see. I don't want to see excessive sexuality just
No.
because they're trying to promote. You know, that's my
This is
only.
very tasteful. This is very
Otherwise-
tasteful.
Exactly. Otherwise, please promote.
Oh, that's our next government, apparently.
And be who you want to be. Oh, there you go. Hey, I'm in a town of the first gay mayor. So there you go.
Why are they wearing purple? What's going on with the color coding?
Well,
What's
that's
going on
always
with the color coding?
that's always interesting to discuss.
Oh, look at this diva coming up.
Are you sure it's a man? Woman. You sure it's a woman? I mean,
Oh, look at that. Beautiful costume.
that's a very beautiful costume. What a beautiful hat.
Yes.
Very tall.
Very,
I'm taller.
very cool. She actually reminds me of my auntie.
You should see the wizards.
Screw your music, man.
That's rated.
No. I'm a rocket man. Good song. Good song. Good tune.
Poor people in front of Bernie right now, like, why do we have to listen to this garbled YouTube people trying to sing against us?
Wipeout. I just heard Wipeout start to play then. So much weird goings on with the microphone there. Can't really hear anything.
A lot of children for a gay parade, but hey, who am I to judge?
YMCA. Everyone going. YMCA.
Okay. What's that about?
That's old school.
That's a move, man. I've never seen those moves. That guy's got some. The great. Hang on. Is this a gay parade or is this a? Is this a presidential party?
Oh, we got a
parade?
gay quacker. We got a gay doc.
That's a gay doc?
Poodle. Poodle for sure.
Oh.
Come on now. Poodle.
Okay. I just want somebody to tell them we want our fucking rainbow back.
I was getting there, Dad.
We are the Rainbow Warriors.
Oh.
To your horn, baby. To your fucking horn. Go on.
That wasn't
It's all
that
been
was very
tasteful
horny.
so far.
You got
That was very horny. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
this is very different to in
This is-
Australia.
This is a
For
very.
one, it's at night time.
Now we have all the gay IBM employees.
Okay.
Seriously, IBM? I thought that company
Wow.
was
The IBM delegation.
I worked for IBM once. What's that say? Weatherford.
GiveSendGo, our local radio station. It's good music. 90.9 Calgary CHW.
Oh.
Children cottage societies. More children in the gay parades.
How long have they been getting children involved with Pride? How long's that been happening?
There we go. You got your bubbles.
I like the rainbow.
Don't see any old world buildings. Where's the old world buildings, eh? Is everyone else looking at the architecture too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like,
There's a
you
lot
know
of
what?
facade.
This parade is very neutral, and I don't like, that's what I've discussed this. This is what I would hope to see. I don't want to see excessive sexuality, and that's where I think things are getting weird with that. And we've talked about this in the media, how that's happening. And
I've
what's
not been
even
offended once. I've not been offended once. This is absolutely like, there's nothing wrong with this. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
A lot of flags. Yeah, this is very different to Sydney, Australia.
Very different to New York.
Tell us what this would look like from Sydney, Australia perspective.
It's very different to New York as well.
Yeah, well, the ones I've witnessed have there's been X-rated acts.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's surprisingly really mellow. It's pretty decent.
This is fun. We
Yeah,
can do
it's
this.
pretty much like it's basically. Mm. Yeah. Oh, Bubbles! Call me like everybody does.
I'm proud to be heterosexual. I'm quite proud to be heterosexual. Can we have a heterosexual pride march?
We need a spiritual pride
Canada
parade.
section now.
That guy looked like a thin Donald Trump.
That's a really weird vision. Cool.
Air Canada comes to party.
I do kind of want that umbrella though.
Alpha House sobriety van not doing so popular here.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's one of those? They're giving
not
away
hot.
colored things.
I got my rainbow.
Like, just so long as they weren't giving away like puberty blockers or something, and that's cool.
Ooh, we got SATE, Southern Alberta Institute for Technology, proud.
Is that a sword you've got there?
Yeah.
That's really cool, man. I freaking love swords.
What is that
I
made out of?
freaking love swords.
What's that metal?
It's rainbow.
It's it's titanium.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
very
yeah.
cool, man. You just caught my eye with that. I love swords. I love watching
Look
them
at those
being made.
balloons.
That's the only rainbow I do.
That's what I like about oh, what's it called? Steel. That steel.
Yeah, it's flashy.
Damascus steel has got you can have like a rainbow finish to Damascus steel.
It's a multi-dimensional metal.
Oh,
German.
I didn't realize it was off camera. Okay.
So we've been going for 5 hours.
Yeah, and I was about to say we actually kind of just set our tentative meeting
Just gonna
for a
pop.
couple of hours. So we're gonna try to make sure we get that in tonight. And by the way, Kevin, you suggested this, and I know Richie, you'll be down. Especially if we end up having this meeting, we might have an impromptu live tomorrow because it's actually the Labor Day here in the United States, and I will have the day off. Labor Day special.
Oh, you gotta check out the dog one. The dog one.
You can't hear us. He's like, I don't. Oh
yeah.
Oh wow.
Is that a sword? Oh, it's a bubble.
It's a gay dog. You gotta get your dog's gay, man. It's a gay dog.
Is there a whole
All
group
right.
of dog gay pronouns?
Have we all had our gay filled day?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
perfect timing there.
Listen,
We're at
I
5
feel
hours,
gay.
man. We're gonna call it.
I feel gay and happy and
Hold up.
gay every day.
It's a gay
Happy
old
and
time.
gay every day.
Jamie, sorry. I wasn't trying to hide you behind the tree.
So happy.
So
So happy.
yes. Big up.
Okay, happy and weird. Okay,
Big
everybody
up.
remember to stretch.
Being yourself.
Oh, look at. I had a little bit of sweat happening. Oh, it's dry. Nice.
There's my butterfly.
Oh, beautiful. I love that. That is actually because you know how
Hey,
butterflies are done.
you're getting your tattoo.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
Let's see.
She's got her tattoo.
Yep.
I'll get
And
my
I don't know if
tattoo.
you can even see it, but
Whoa,
wings.
there's the wings.
There's the wings.
If you wanted to know why
Wings.
we have an angel in the house,
Angel wings.
there you go.
So
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
I've got a tattoo on my back and
there's an up
shoulders
close.
as well.
It's really neat. It looks like
Yeah.
a face.
I like it a lot. It's a very unique butterfly. Oh, it almost looks like it has ribs the way you did it. That looks really cool. Like it.
Very pretty, man.
It was actually a combination of two butterflies put together. He created it himself because I liked the wings, but I didn't like the rest of it, so we put two together.
Cool.
That's what I've had done with my arms. I had one design that was blended into what was at the top of my arms. So it's the same design at the bottom on both arms, but at the top it's different because of what was at the top. But I've still got the symmetry, like it's still exactly the same at the bottom. But I've got like a sort of tribal type cross on my back that is like it's got the wings kind of thing going across my shoulder. It's not wings, it's the pattern. But I love wings across shoulders and stuff, you know. Right,
I
ladies
love
and
the
gentlemen.
joke about wings.
Say
So
that again.
Well, I've
Look
got a
at
good
this
joke about
concrete
wings.
jungle, Richie.
Yeah, man.
Poor Alex. Please, one more time.
Is it my turn? I said I've got a very good joke that my dad used to tell me about wings.
Please.
St. Paul is at the gates of heaven. Or is it St. Peter? I don't know. But one of them is at the gates of heaven and he's giving out wings. And a little white baby dies. And he says, "Hello, little white baby. Come into heaven and you can have wings and be an angel." And 3 little white babies passed by and they're all given wings. and they're all told they can be angels. And then a little black baby comes by, and St. Peter or St. Paul, whichever one it was, says, "Come in, little black baby. I'm going to give you a pair of wings and you can be a bat." Now, that's quite a racist joke, but it's a Jewish joke. And, you know, you can't take the Jewish comedian out of the man. But when my son was told that joke, he was like, "No, I want the black wings as well." And he's a white boy, but he wanted the black wings because he wants to be Batman.
You're muted.
I can't tell
You're
if
muted,
anybody
Richie.
like that or not.
Richie, can't hear you. Can't hear you. No.
What I was trying to say then, Alex, was, yeah, that's exactly what I would have said. Give me the bat wings, man. I'll be Batman.
Exactly. Oh, and my son was Batman. We used to go to Comic-Con, and one time we went, he had a Batman outfit, and it was a homemade Batman outfit.
See,
So
I
I've
was
got
always
pictures I can send you, and then if you wanted to, you could show them to people, but it's up to you.
right. I was always pissed off when I was a youngster, and I wanted the Batman outfit, or something like that. The only outfits you could get were the equivalent of Batman, 1960s cartoon kapow Batman, not the Dark Knight. But now you can buy costumes like a Dark Knight costume that's got the muscle, it's got the muscle pad in there and everything. So you actually look a little bit more like the character than when he, in the 80s. In the 1980s, man, costumes were shit.
Yeah,
You right there?
For Halloween, I wanted to buy those wings that move. Put them on my back and have wings that just.
The ones that you can get that go out, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pull a little lever and they extend out.
Yeah, I wanted to get that for Halloween. I was gonna be
Yeah.
my angel for Halloween and be all blue.
That's it. It's like Constantine, man. It'd be like Constantine. That's good music.
It's just like an accentuating point of everything you're saying.
What's
Concrete jungle. Batman suits at every turn.
Yeah.
Will they ever learn?
One thing I wanted to say, sorry, before I had to get up, is that Alex, we also talked about seeing your rock collection. Do you want to end the show with that, if you can? And I know we can't see you right now. I don't know if something just happened to your camera, but if for some reason we can't, I was thinking we can make sure we get you. I think that should be like a regular thing, like come show your rock collection. Ooh, what is that?
Who in the what now? I'm just harassing Amber at her work. The unicorn.
Oh, you're muted. Sorry. There's Alex.
I just sent a load of pictures, but I can't find the Batman one. I'll send it to you later. But I've sent a load of pictures to the adult annex. So, but I've only got an iPhone. So, but if you want to see the crystal collection, the phone might go off. But I'll show you now. Clambering over my bed. Okay, so there's that one. Can you see it?
I just tilt the camera, I think, down a little bit. Is that huge one in the corner?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Is that the?
Putting you full screen here. There we go.
Yeah,
There we
that's
go.
one of those rock salt. It's a rock salt lamp.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Yeah,
it's huge. I love it.
Really good. They deionize, don't they? It deionizes the air.
Yep.
Really good for making you feel calm. It's the lights when you have a light, but when you light them up, and the light's emanating from it, it's really good for that.
Thank you so much for doing this. Ooh, I like you already.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a brick. of rose quartz that I got when I went to Taggi Sami Ring, which is a Tibetan monk center in Scotland.
Is that an owl?
Very cool.
Where?
There's an owl there. No, on the right, next to the photo, to the right of the photos. It looks like an owl in a.
They're bunny rabbits. And that's a bunny rabbit.
Ah, bunny rabbit, right? It's a bunny rabbit. Ooh, that looks like a couple getting naughty.
No. Oh yeah, that. I know, because I used
It's
to do
the-
art. And
Yeah.
so once I did a Dirty Sexy Valentine's. I'll show you the poster of it. Okay, here we have a load of amber. No, not amber, amethyst. That was my mum. She had crystals in her shop. You can see, I don't know if you can see it very well, picture of her.
Right.
And that was her shop layout. Take you into the hallway.
The camera didn't flip, Alex, just so you
Yeah,
know.
the-
So you just keep it vertical if you want.
Okay. So that's
Yeah.
the answer bunnies up there, which I just have to show you because otherwise they'll sulk.
Uh,
And this. And then rabbit, my white rabbit, is in the middle of the bottom of the next shelf. With Hulk and various other characters. This, can you see it? This was
Yeah.
my Dirty Sexy Valentine's.
That's
where we
cool.
made Rodin's Kiss. And the way we had to make it was very interesting because I'm not a fine art person. I did have them more on the shelves there, but I had to take them down because the shelf was going down. Can you see it?
Yeah.
So the superheroes, the men were like that.
I see Spider-Man.
Okay, now we're going into my hallway. I'm a very, very slow mover. So this was my son's art when he was a nipper. And this is part of the book collection.
Beautiful. I love the artwork too.
Lots of rabbits.
Lots of rabbits and spiders.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's tiger spider.
Oh, wow.
And there's lots of other art that I did with young people who weren't my children, but they were like my children.
That's neat. My kid draws very well. She's only 10 and she draws amazing.
I love you guys. I gotta hop out here for a minute
No worries,
because I'm
bud.
using up all of my mobile data. But if
No
you are
worries,
still
dude.
on in 15 minutes when I get home, I will hop back on from my computer.
All right, mate.
Cool.
Much love, man.
Bye,
Appreciate
Bernie.
you.
Mwah.
We appreciate you.
Bye.
Hey guys,
Happy
I'm gonna.
Friday,
See you, Bernie.
everyone.
Happy
Bye,
Sunday,
Bernie.
dude.
Happy
Hey,
Sunday.
Much love, man.
I'm also gonna dip out, guys.
Okay, man. No worries.
Hey, I'll see y'all. Much love to
Yeah, Kevin.
everybody in the stream and
Pete,
everybody
Pete out.
in the chat. I will see y'all tomorrow.
I got to be honest. It's 7:30 at night here, and really, I should be taking the dogs out for a walk.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you
why
need to
Four
have the
oh
break
four here.
before we do the meeting. So
guys
Well,
we're good. That's why we were having
a dog
Sorry.
that you've walked.
Yeah.
And
Shall
there's
we
the
take
gate
this-
dragon.
Oh, beautiful.
Ooh, I like that.
love
Now
it.
is nothing.
Love
Beautiful.
it.
Probably knocked it off.
Is that a seal underneath it?
No, that's a tiger.
Oh yeah, it
Wow.
is a tiger with its mouth open.
Yeah.
ciao.
Cool. So,
And
ladies and
there's a
gents,
nice big piece of coral for you to have a look at. And then I'll stop because I'm a terrible show off.
no, it's beautiful. I like your I like the
It's a
sun
beautiful
lounge.
room. I'm like, I want a room. Just guys, are you listening? I need a window room.
It's we call it a sunroom or conservatory.
Conservatory. Thank you so much for sharing that, Alex. It's
Yeah, thank you,
awesome.
Alex.
Beautiful house.
It's a flat. This is a baby Bigfoot.
Beautiful flat.
It's a home.
And if you can guess what this is, there's a clue at the back. but if you can guess what that is.
So those are belts for
No.
karate or
Yeah,
judo.
they are. But can you guess what this is? Can you guess what this is?
Put the camera down a little more. I can't
Put the camera down. That's an urn.
No, it's not.
It's a kettle. It's a
No.
kettle.
No,
What
it's
is
not.
it?
The clue's behind. Can you see?
Kinda. I can't
told
tell.
people in this magic tree house and in other groups.
Maybe an
that I
orgone
did.
accumulator.
It's a Vamana.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
Vamana.
Vamana.
It was an art
Ah.
project for my son's art class, and he did a Vamanika Shastra as well. Vamanika
Cool.
Shastra. I don't know what's on it.
That's awesome.
Spider. Oh well. So, yeah, we made a Baghdad battery, and the teacher asked after that, please don't do another woo-woo one from a World War II. I said, oh God, I'm so sorry. We did Foo Fighters as a diorama. She went very, very pale, but that's not my problem. And then also have some water with a nice big quartz crystal and an iron fish.
Cool.
I like experimenting as well.
Ooh, I have magnetic sand that I charge my water bottles with. Charge my water.
Magnetic sand. That's really cool.
So if ever you're in London and you come to my house, it'll be me casa because you'll already know what everything is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Right.
You need to know where the bathroom is. It's there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to give us a little thumbs up. If you're in the chat at the moment, don't forget to give us a thumbs up when you come out of the chat, because you can't do a thumbs up when you're in the chat. Well, this is a.
Say hello, Harry.
The cat.
Oh.
You know we love our animals.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get my cat.
Yeah, you do.
You know, if you draw a shape, like a love heart shape, on the floor with chalk, your cat will go and sit in it.
Shut up.
I'm
gonna do it.
I've got pictures. I'm
gonna do it.
For everything I say, I've got the receipts. I
You know I believe
I've
you,
got receipts
Alex.
for everything.
I believe you. I believe you.
Do you think it would work?
I was like, shut the front door. And that kind of like, are you serious? That kind of, because there's amazing things I learn every day. Oh, Kizzy.
Oh,
I'm obsessed.
gorgeous.
There's Adam.
Gorgeous.
The little socks.
Black and white with white socks. That's gorgeous.
I can tell that's a big sweetheart.
Oh, it's very big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I didn't ask for this right now. Thanks.
But he's lovely because he doesn't fight it too much. He's just like, oh,
There. I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's nice. He doesn't, he doesn't want to be there. He does. He's like, oh God, but he doesn't fight. It's like Ruby. Ruby just goes kind of limp when I pick him up. And the first chance he sees an opportunity to push away and get away, he might do that. But otherwise, he just goes, oh God, all right then, all right, just put me down. Like, don't, doesn't bother fighting too much. It's nice.
Yeah, he hollered at me though. He meowed loud. He's like, no.
Listen,
He's heavy. He's like 14 pounds.
But he bites me. I go, nah, I gotcha. And he just goes, poof, dead dog.
Yeah.
That's so cute. I love it. Thank you guys. I love that little personal touch that we get to have with this. Being able to talk to each other, share it.
Yeah, and it's been nice to meet you, Jamie. Thank you for coming on.
Mm-hmm.
You've been around for a little while, so it's been really nice to actually meet you and see your crystals and stuff. And
Your
Yeah.
crystal
cool.
collection.
Really cool. Yeah.
That is a big crystal collection, man. I'm a little bit jealous. Mine are tiny in comparison. I have crystal envy.
I accumulate as I go. When I can afford it, I'll run to the crystal shop when I have time and just get one or two here and there. Just
I'm gonna
accumulate.
try and I wanna actually go and try and find some real ones in the wild,
one that
in
calls for
Ecuador,
you.
kind of thing. You know, I want to find some real quartz and some real amethyst in the mountain in Ecuador. Ecuador. Sorry, I've got to do that every time we say Ecuador now. Ecuador. Sorry.
I listened to the music that Angel Wings recommended, and I have to say it really helps. So I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's awesome. Go ahead and if you have a quick link, feel free to drop that, Jamie. And
I subscribe to them.
Drop it in the private chat.
I'm gonna share. I'm gonna go back with Richie because I've followed some of it and shared it. So we're gonna we'll make a relaxing version of our break time video based on that. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. I know that's usually what I do. First thing in the morning is I do like 3 hours of that in between listening to videos and when I'm on other videos. I just listen to it throughout the day and it works. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to meditate. It still works.
I've actually written some meditation tracks that I released them on my other channel. I suppose with my new channel I can put them out again, but they're in trouble is it's in 440 hertz and the correlating frequencies to 440. It's not in 432, but there's still a sort of a not mesmerizing, but it's be good for meditation anyway. I'll play it. I'll play you one later, Sarah. You can have a listen.
Yeah, and we'll. So we I apologize because I did want to do some more Q&A with Callum. So we might even end up doing that more in the beginning now then, so that we make sure we set that because I said towards the end, but we never seem to define when we're going to end these things. I said no 6 hours and we're going 5.5 hours. So regardless, we'll get a little more structure to Sunday, and then we'll end it with the panel is probably what we'll do every time. So thank you guys, big time, appreciate it. And if you want to come on next Sunday, that door is going to start opening. So
send us an email. Email us. There's email in the description.
Yeah.
And email us, and then we can email you back with a link.
Yeah. That would be a little bit better, and all that information will be in the description of each video. And at the end of this, we will probably play the video that shows that as well.
Okay.
Awesome. At the end of this, say that again. At the end of this, what?
I'll just write it. I'll just put it in the damn chat.
No, you said what video are we going to play at the end?
Oh, I love the one with the quote. It's just it's good every time. The Joe Strummer quote. And the video
that's our ending. That's our ending. I started playing it earlier, and then I remembered. No, this is for the ending, and I changed it.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one with the fractals.
Yeah.
So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Shout out to the chat room. Apologize for not engaging enough with the chat room, but we love you, and that it's not out of spite or anything. We're just so engaged in what we're talking about. But we will see you again next week in the next few days. We will either myself and Sarah, or myself, Sarah, and Roxanne, or just me. One of us will be. One or all of us will be streaming live again in the next couple of days. So
probably tomorrow because it's Labor Day, so we're gonna do a Labor Day special.
Keep your eyes to the ground and your ears peeled. Just wondered if anybody was going to pick up on that. Thank you very much, guys.
this life in the... What do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.